of me when I say my heart's about to break. When I can't sort out this stomach ache, it's a feeling that I can't take. And I go for you, and I wish you would too. So to a dream I never had, and I think to myself it's not so bad. I'm breaking, and all my knees are shaking, and I can't speak a syllable. I feel so invisible, 'cause it seems to me that the more I try, the more I see, the less I understand. And I go for you, and I wish you would too. So I go to dream
Happy Sunday, my friends. Welcome to a brand new Chill Art Sunday. In fact, the very first one of the year. Happy New Year, everyone. Oh my god, I have a freaking ants infestation on my desk. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. It's 2023 already. God, 2022 went by way too quickly, and here we are. But in any case, happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining, and welcome as always. So the plans for today are to continue and hopefully be finishing this YCH auction commission that I got. And on the last short Sunday last week of last year, I can say that now, I drew the entire sketch of the character. Now the only things left to do are to draw the final line arts and then to color and shade and everything. And today, that is exactly what I should be doing. Now, because this is a YCH thing, I already have a base done, so that helps to speed things along a lot. As you can see here, I have the sketch and the base final line art overlaid on top of each other, and obviously the base line art differs from the sketch of this specific character, because, well, this character is a bit different from the base, which is no big deal because I still use the base for the sketch itself as well. So all I have to do now, and hopefully this won't take too long, is to adapt the line art, the final line art on the base over here to match the sketch. I already gave you guys last Sunday a quick and simple sample, or rather example, of what that should look like. But today is where I will actually get done on that. Dragon Tomo, hello! Happy Sunday and Happy New Year too. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Also, on top of adapting the existing line art base, I'll also have to draw specific horns for this one. So these horns that I already have on the base, like for example if I move this here, I'll have to completely either remove these or adapt them so they look like the horns this specific character has. Well, actually I will have to draw some extra horns anyway. But in any case, hopefully that should not take too long. So let's get started. Let's get started by adapting the snout. So let's begin by moving these anchor points here and obviously changing their shapes. This over here. But better at drawing dragons because of you. That's so good to hear, Dragon. That is awesome. Thank you. I'm glad that you learned something from me. That is really rewarding to know. Now, also another thing. Last Sunday I said that I would see if I could work on this throughout this last week, but unfortunately I couldn't, because it was, you know, the end of the year. We are actually still cleaning the house. I had a lot of things to do. Also, my mother came back from the hospital and has been giving us a lot of headache. So unfortunately, I had no time to actually work on this throughout the week. And I really wanted to do that for two reasons. One, because I want to get this done ASAP. And two, because vectors, although extremely handy, they are very time consuming and kind of tedious. Not exactly something very exciting to be watching on a stream, if I may be brutally honest with you, at least as far as my own personal opinion of this goes. We are talking right now, Dragon Tomo, aren't we? Well, I'm talking and you are writing, but still, kind of the same thing. Now, the thing with adapting the existing line art of the base to this sketch is that I might have to constantly be checking if I am actually placing the line art, the vector line art, on the correct position on top of the sketch line art. And so far that seems to be working. Like, we already have, by the way, you might still be hearing some fireworks going off outside. People are still blasting those off. Off stream, I think we need to get along well. Oh, maybe. Like, that is a very, very easy possibility with my Dragon Realms Discord server. Though at the moment it is limited to only members of the actual group Dragon Realms and subscribers to the channel here on Twitch. But I will be opening that to the general public in the near future, so anyone can join at any moment. Oh god, I was not supposed to do that. There, now I can do the moving of this thingy. Oh my lord, I am messing things up. It's way too early in the year for me to be making messes while trying to fix things. Chronically depressed. I'll try not to do the worst, Dragon Tomo. I actually have depression myself, so I really know what that feels like. It sucks, it really sucks. But we have to try and do the best. Prepare for the worst, but I mean, well, how does the phrase goes again? Frick. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And the best we can do, I suppose, is try to, you know, get the best out of things, no matter how bad they are. And I know this sounds really cliche and stuff. And personally speaking, I don't really like that myself, especially mostly because I have depression myself. But hey, it's either that or do things that... Is this broken? No. Or do things that are certainly going to result in regret later, and that cannot be undone. Now, for this sketch, I had to redraw this tongue completely. The tongue on the sketch is not the same from the base. But that is one of the nice things about working with vectors for the final line art. You don't necessarily have to redraw something. If you are just adapting something that already exists, you can, well, just morph everything into place without having to redraw things. Oh, you play the piano? That is fantastic. When I was younger, I tried to learn the guitar, and I realized I don't really have the brains for playing instruments. Like, I could learn some chords, I just don't have the patience. Didn't really have the patience to learn much more. I don't know why. I kind of feel like there's something wrong going on here. I feel like maybe removing this anchor point is going to fix it automatically. But if I just simply remove the anchor point, this curvature of the tongue over here is going to mess up. So to prevent that from happening, I'm going to make one anchor point right here. That should hold off everything past this anchor point, so all of this area should be kept in place. While if I now remove this, that didn't help very much. But maybe some adapting of this over here might work. You know what actually might be the problem? This anchor point might be the problem, at least one of the problems. So let's try and... that is even worse now. There is a way and I will find it. And I just did. Easy like that. Though I do need to check the sketch for a little detail. Let me see something. You know how I draw or build dragons? Well, I can imagine how you build dragons in Minecraft. Actually, I built a statue of Michael Braveheart on Minecraft a while ago. It's not perfect. It was my very first attempt, but I did it. Yes, I do have to separate the tip of the snout from the tongue over here. As for how you draw your dragons, I don't really think I can really say I know, because every artist has their own ways to get things done. Like mine, for example, I do my sketches in Microsoft Paint of all things, and then I draw the final line art using vectors in CorelDRAW, just like I am doing right now, in fact. Only to then import, or rather export everything into Photoshop, where I then color and do the shading and effects. So yeah, everyone has their own ways. There are people who even draw everything on a tablet, on a freaking tablet, like one of those, like an iPad kind of tablets, not a drawing tablet like I have here. Actually, there's people who do all their art on a freaking smartphone. I cannot fathom how people can handle that. Like, I can barely bear texting on my phone, and my phone has a large screen. I hate doing stuff on phone. It's awful. PC is the way to go. I need a PC. Yes, you certainly should need one. PC is amazing. So much better than mobile stuff. Mustafa, hello, happy Sunday and happy New Year. Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome. I hope you are doing well. Alright, I think for now, at least, for starters, you know, basics first, the snout and the tongue are just fine. So let's save. Always remember to frequently save your progress, whatever you are doing. So let's save that, and let's work now on his chin and, you know, his lower jaw. I use IBS Paint because I'm on phone. Yeah, I figured. I really cannot fathom, like, non-ironically, I really cannot really fathom how people can handle doing all their art on an iPad, you know, tablet, or even worse, a smartphone. Oh God, I really can't. Now, sure, I might be biased because I am used to doing stuff on a PC, but still, like, so different. How can you do stuff? Oh my God, why is there so many ants on my desk? Go away. There's nothing on my desk for ants to be here, and yet there's ants everywhere. I hate this. Ah boy. Can I see how you're drawing so far? Yes, well, right now I don't really have that much stuff going on, Dragon Tomo. I am just adapting the base vectors of the final line art to match the sketch that I drew on the last Sunday. And the sketch is this here. This is for, by the way, in case you guys don't know, recently I have opened a YCH auction commission on my DeviantArt. And the auction got bids and it closed, and this is the character of the winner. I will be opening new YCH commissions over at my DeviantArt soon, but first I want to finish this one. So if you guys would like to try and bid on some of those when they are open, do give me a watch on DeviantArt. My name is on the top of the screen. It's Mike Dragon. You want to see one of my drawing on phone? Sure, you can share it, no problem, Dragon Tomo. Simulation 1 is very crowded, I can't enjoy a game. Well, Sim 1 on your truck simulator on Truckers MP is always full. Well, sort of full. Thing is, actually the map even on Simulation 1 on Truckers MP, at the most of the busiest of hours of the day, when like there's so many people on the server that you might have to stay in a queue waiting for the slot so you can actually join the server. Even at those moments, if you go just a little far away enough from the Calais-Duisburg region, you will find no living soul. Like, seriously. There was this one time when I went for a joyride in France, and mind you, the server was completely full. There were no free slots. The only reason why I managed to connect is because I am staff. So I had, you know, technically speaking, VIP. I didn't have to wait in line. I drove in France for like 2 hours, 2 hours and a half more or less, and I only saw in that entire time, in that entire area of the map, I saw only one single other player. It was absurdly boring. And that is one of the reasons why I love American Truck Simulator so much more than I like Euro Truck Simulator. People over there, they don't just stick to one single tiny minuscule area of the map. Whenever you go, no matter how few people there are on the server, you always find someone somewhere driving around, because people on ETS, they like to explore the map. It's a very big map, and they're like, you know what, we have all of this map, we are gonna drive on all of this map. And it's not like there isn't a one favorite area. Like, people really like to hang out in Las Vegas, but like, it's not like on the Euro Truck Simulator 2 where they just, it's like their life depends on them being on either Calais or Duisburg or in the road, that tiny road in between those two cities. No, on ATS they go to Vegas, they hang around for a little while, have a little chat, arrange convoys, and then they set off to drive to everywhere. There is no such a thing as just driving back and forth between the same two cities all the time across the exact same one road. So yeah, I love American Truck Simulator. It's so much better. Honestly, the community gives it way too little love. ATS deserves way more love than it gets. Alright, I don't know if you guys can see this, and maybe it's just my impression, but I have a feeling that this curvature over here is not smooth enough. It's like it almost has a corner here, a hard corner. It doesn't have a hard corner, but it's almost as if it does. This curvature needs to be smoother. The problem is, if I remove that anchor point, well, this happens. But maybe if I adjust, that actually works. So this still needs a little more adjusting, and I think I did it. I kind of think he might have too much of a chin over here, though. Yeah, well, it is very similar to the sketch, but maybe I need to move this anchor point up a little bit. And now change this curve over here. Let me remove the sketch for a moment. Both sketches, actually. Yeah, it still looks a bit strange, but it might be because I still haven't worked on this line over here. Let's work on that. Save first. Let's work on that and see if that will fix the issue. Move that over there. I'll need an anchor point over there. Now we bring this up. Nice. Let's make one anchor point here so I can remove that one. And that way we should hopefully get his smile just right. Sadly, I don't know how. Oh, that's okay, Dragon Tomo. Eventually you'll figure it out. It's no problem. Is this smooth enough? Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, I think the problem was indeed this line over here. Now with that line in place, the chin over here looks much better than it did before. Now let's fix his neck down here. This should be very simple. We just basically have to put his ankle point right there and lightly adjust the position of this curve. Also this over here, I will have to remove that ankle point. Did I do it? I did, but I do have to make a few very slight small changes. There. Maybe drop this a little bit. Yeah, I think that is good enough. Except this area over here. What happens if I simply remove? I'm not sure I like that. Let's make an anchor point there and remove this one out. Yeah, I guess that works. Now for this line over here, I will reuse this one. Oh, but I have to make changes to it. I have to make changes to it. No big deal. Let's put the anchor point right here at the end of the line, sketch line. And we change these rods. These things are probably called something else, but I don't know what they are actually called, so I just call them rods. Like, who cares what the actual name is? But if someone does know what these things are called in CorelDRAW, then please do let me know so I can stop saying the name wrong. Let me move this down a little bit. Hey, there we go. That looks good. Let's save. And let's work on this nostril. Now I will be reusing the original nostril from the base, but actually I cannot really reuse this one. Well, I can, but then I'm gonna have to create a pointification end over here. It might be easier. Well, let's put that over there for now. It might be easier if I actually draw a new line for the... Oh my god, what am I doing? If I draw a new line for this nostril over here. By the way, what is the line thickness that I am using? Oh, also, there is a corner here. No, 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 that has to go away. There cannot be corners, it has to be smooth. This is not a corny dragon. Yeah, that's better. It only gives me Discord, Gmail, and Google options. How so? Oh, like if you try to, like, you click on, or rather you tap, because you are on a phone. You tap on a like share button, and it only gives you the option to either share via email or post on a Discord server. I mean, I have an Android. My phone is also an Android. I hate Android. Windows Phone was much better. But I forgot what I was going to say. Let's make. Actually, yeah. Let's fill this with color and remove the outline of this line here. Yeah, there. See, now I can have a better control of the thickness of these lines. Now, of course, the intention here is to make this look like it is one single line. And for that reason, it has to be just the right thickness. It doesn't seem to be poking past the snout, so that is good. Maybe Dragon Telmo. Maybe. Thing is, I think our time zones differ quite a lot. Like, for example, I have a friend called Repting. He often attends to my streams, but I can never get to his streams because he lives in Germany and the time zones. We have like, I think about 5 or 6 hours of difference between my time and his time. So when he streams, it is way too early for me. I can never catch his streams. And when I stream, it is already very late for him, but he often stays until late. It's 2:41 for me because I live in Ohio. Yeah, right now it is 3:43 for me. Our time difference is not too different. But right now, for example, well, I am doing my stream. I cannot attend to any other live streams while I am streaming myself. So there's that. Alright, let's see. I think that works. At least for starters. Although, this area here seems to be a little too thick. I go home in an hour and a half. I'm still gonna be streaming. The Chill Art Sunday is my longest live stream so far. By default, I usually tend to stream the Chill Art Sunday for at least no less than 3 hours. But this is a stream that I very often, very easily can go for as long as 5, 6. I think my record for the Chill Art Sunday has. I think my record for the Chill Art Sunday is 7 hours, I think. And that is because I enjoyed this stream a lot. It is super easy for me to overextend it. I just love doing art. Okay, now for this nostril, I am using multiple lines with the intention to make all of them look like one single line. I hope this is going to look good. Also, I think I am positioning all the lines in the wrong places. That's a bit of a problem. Ah, crap. Like, yes, I am definitely doing that. This should be there, this should be down here. And that should go up there. And I think this anchor point should go there. No, actually this one does stay down here. Just this one over here that's out of place, I think. I put this over there. Yeah, this nostril is now starting to take shape. It is super wonky for now, of course. I should not have removed that one. Just move it, not remove it. Yeah, there. Now let's change the position of this one, so we can smooth out the curvature up here. Should tutor me on art. The problem, well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for thinking that I can do that. But I'm not really a very good teacher. Like, I know how to do things, but I don't really think I know how to teach them. That's the problem. I admire people like you that make art look easy. Thank you. That makes me feel happy. The interesting thing about art is that, in a way, depending on how you look at it, it can be a bit of a sort of of a paradox. At the same time, it is easy. It also isn't easy. It really depends on the skill and techniques of each artist. Like, if you go on DeviantArt right now, for example, and you do a little browsing, you'll find many incredible pieces of artwork, things that would very easily deserve a spot in a museum or an art exposition, an art expo. Yes, that's right. Things that you look at it and you wonder to yourself, oh my God, how can someone do something like this? It's incredible. And stuff ranging all the way from fantasy to hyper realistic things. Like even people who draw / paint dragons, there are paintings of dragons that look like it could be an actual real life dragon, like someone just pointed a camera at the dragon and clicked a photo, you know. And you look at those people making their stuff, and obviously it wasn't something really easy, but you look at them working and they definitely make it look easy. But that is only because they already have the practice and they know what they're doing. Well, I say, quote, they know what they're doing, end quote. But in reality, most artists, if not all of them, we all always have that moment when we are doing something, we know what we want to achieve, but we have no idea what exactly we are doing. We are just doing it and are hoping it will work out. And thankfully, well, depending on what is being done, that does work out, but yeah. I kind of lost track of what I was saying, but point is, it does depend on the skills of each artist. You get one eventually, Dragon Tomo. Be sure of that. Now there is a little problem with what I just did here for this nostril. You see this point
Hydrate.
here?
Gotta keep hydrated.
That's a good idea. Is PC easier than Xbox? I mean, depends on what you are trying to do. PC does make a lot of things way easier than on other platforms. Like typing, for example, it is a breeze to write stuff on a computer with a keyboard. Unlike on a smartphone, for example. I hate typing on a smartphone. It's awful. God. I don't have an Xbox. I never had one. So instead of answering in regards to an Xbox, I'll say console in general. So really, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like browse the internet on a console. It's doable, but it's way easier and more practical and better on a computer. That's for sure. But anyway, at this point here, this is way too flat. That is way too flat. The problem is, also this line needs to be down here a little more. The problem with that flat over there is that if I try to fix it, I can fix that, I can make it be smoother, but that will cause this end over here to shoot downwards by a lot, for sure. And I know that from experience. But I'll try it anyway. And if that works, then I'm gonna have to try something else. Yeah, there, see, it is shooting a little further down, and it's still quite flat over there. I went to the mods and Xbox. FBR Minecraft. What is FBR? I don't know what FBR stands for. Like here, for example, see, I managed to make that smoother, though at the same time I oh my god, why can't I say this word? elongated the flat, and as a consequence, cause the pointy end over here to shoot downwards. That is not adequate at all. Let me think, how am I going to fix this? Alright, I have two options. I can, one, fill the color and remove the outline and try to work with this. But the second option is I can instead use one single line and have a flat end over here and then pointify that flat end. Oh, for Minecraft. I think I'll try one single line here. Minecraft on Xbox is the Bedrock version of Minecraft, and Bedrock is terrible for as far as mod support goes. Can you even mod Minecraft Bedrock on Xbox? I know you can barely do it on PC. Believe me, I have tried installing a couple things. It is really bad. Java Minecraft is just so much far superior than Bedrock. Alright, what is the thickness line here? 4 pixels. Okay, that's 4 pixels also. Actually, it's so bad that I really like to call, instead of calling Minecraft Bedrock like this, you know, where you have B-E-D, I like to call it Minecraft Bad Rock, like B-A-D rock. Actually, let me show you something. I've managed to download a texture pack for Minecraft Bedrock, but I could not bear the title on Bedrock because it's so wrong that I had to fix it myself. Well, that loads. I'm not gonna play Minecraft for the record, guys. Well, that loads. Let me work on this nostril. Okay, now we connected that. And the lines fell in place by themselves. That is awesome. I love working with vectors. I hate working with vectors, but at the same time I love working with vectors. Oh man. Let's see. This freaking thing is still loading. Right, I forgot. If you minimize Bedrock, it pauses everything. It stops. I hate that. Come on, load, you freaking thing. There we go. So yeah, I could not bear the way Minecraft Bedrock was titled, where it only had the name Minecraft, while the Java version, which is... Hello Torpedo, happy Friday, I mean Sunday, happy New Year, welcome to the stream, thank you so much for joining. So yeah, Java edition of Minecraft is the original Minecraft, and it is the better version by all accounts. And for some reason, Microsoft decided to have Mojang add the subtitle Java edition on the title screen of Minecraft Java and keep the Bedrock version without a subtitle and only have it written Minecraft, as if Minecraft Bedrock is the original and the better version, which it isn't. And that always bothered me. So I modified my texture pack on Java to remove the subtitle so it has only Minecraft as a title, as it should have always been, and as it used to be back in the past. And I gave the subtitle that Minecraft Bedrock deserves, which is this. I also modified the splash messages to match this version of Minecraft. And I am very happy with these changes that I applied to this texture pack. Entering the fart with a stream is always great. It is, isn't it? Like, again, I'm not going to be playing this, but let me just load the map real quick and get back to the title screen just to see what the next message is going to be. But yeah, this is how Mojang should title Minecraft Bedrock by default. The crap edition. because that is what it is. Did we quit? Yeah, I don't think so, Bedrock. Let me see another message. Like, you cannot even install a shader pack on Bedrock. That's terrible. Let's see one more. Like, heck, you cannot even crouch under slabs like you can in Java. Not even redstone works like it works in Java. I tried to build, for example, the other day, a redstone door using pistons and slime blocks. I used the exact same specs as I built my doors of the same model on Java, and it wouldn't work. I had to fiddle about with the timing on some of the redstone repeaters a lot until I finally got it to work. But it is still very finicky. If I flip the lever, you know, to trigger the door, this one is awesome. Dragons are fantastic. Now there's one specific message that I put here, a couple actually, that I want to see if it's going to show. But anyway, if you trigger the door to activate it in the wrong way, like maybe too quickly, the door will break. It will just stop working. It will like open or close to just about halfway, and you have to reset the entire redstone system. It is terrible. Oh frick, I forgot to look at the message. This is the last one. If the next message is not going to be the one I want to see, I'm just gonna close this. Ah, there we go. That is one of them. Yeah, that's more like it. Minecraft Crap Edition, the worst in class. Because it is. But yeah, I mean, you do have some mods for Minecraft Bedrock, but it's all paid for stuff. You don't have free stuff. I'm only not gonna show you a couple of differences on Java because, well, one is the Chill Art Sunday. I'm not supposed to be doing in-game stuff on today's stream, and two, because my graphics card is no longer sufficient to be running Minecraft Java. It takes way too long to load and it lags a lot. Current version of Minecraft is way too demanding for my GTX 1060. It runs, just not well enough. But just for the sake of comparison, real quickly, let me show you one screenshot from something you can have your Minecraft Bedrock look like, and compare that to Bedrock. Like, let's find a nice one from a Java world of mine. I know just the screenshot that I want to show you guys. I have quite many here that will make a great example, but there is one in particular that I want to find. Let's see if I can locate that. All of these are from Bedrock, I mean from Java, by the way. Oh yeah, a cool thing that you can do in Java for free is you can make yourself a completely different player model. I was working on, still haven't finished, but I was working on a dragon model. Like this here, for example. And it's very unfinished, but hey, it works. I love it. It's really cool. But yeah, you can't really do that very easily on Bedrock. Like, here's some work in progress of that. I should probably do a stream on working on this again, because this is really fun. And you can do this from within Minecraft itself as well. You don't have to download a new program, for example. Ah, here. My house on my current survival world on Bedrock. I mean on Java, frick. Although this is not quite the screenshot I wanted to show you. So this is with shaders. and it looks incredible, I do dare say. I could change the sky, make it look super pretty. Like if you look at another screenshot of the sky, actually there were quite a few down here of just the sky on a landscape really. Yeah, look at that sky. I just love it. But if we go to Bedrock, actually I cannot take screenshots with Bedrock, so I have been using Shadowplay instead. Yes. Yeah. On Bedrock, that's the best you can do. Just like add a couple static clouds. The clouds on this screenshot, by the way, on Java, they move. These beautiful clouds here, they move around with the sky and stuff. These are completely static. It doesn't look very good. Like a screenshot of the house, for example, on a night sky, a nighttime. Look at that sky, how boring, how flat that is. You cannot install shader packs on this. And if you compare with the other house, which is not on this screenshot, let me find one. Preferably at nighttime. Look at the underwater with shaders on Java. It's beautiful. Like, it's not exactly realistic because, come on, it's Minecraft, but it does add a lot of feeling to the environment. Look at this sunrise. It's gorgeous. Although I still have a little problem with the texture pack that I'm using, where for some reason at sunrise and sundown, it looks like there's two suns. I still haven't figured out how to fix that. I'll find the screenshot of the house at night. Hold on, bear with me. Ah, there we go. Look at that night sky! This year didn't start too good for it already. One, probably illegal firework, didn't go in air and explode as it should, so I decided to heat it up properly and didn't let it go in the air. Not as high as it should. That exploded in the air. Now I have a little burning on my stomach and head. Oh god, I hope it's not too bad, Torpedo. Hey Terrican, happy Sunday and happy New Year. Thank you for joining. Welcome. A friend who hacks in Minecraft, but he does a good, fun way. Doing cool things and cool imported Minecraft skins. That is nice. Let me guess. He's doing it on... Angie! Thank you so much for the sub! Welcome to the stream and happy Sunday, happy New Year. I almost said happy Wednesday. Oh god. Thank you so much. And thank you for the gift sub too. That is awesome of you. But yeah, compare this night sky on Minecraft Java to the best you can do to the night sky on Bedrock. Like, come on, really, there's no competition. Which one looks best? And mind you, I have been trying my hardest to make Bedrock look better, so it can be a little more playable for me. Not that I play Bedrock often, I don't. The most that I play on Bedrock is Minecraft Phasmophobia. But yeah, so much better. I don't even remember how I got started on talking about Minecraft, to be honest, and showing that stuff. Anyway, let's finish this nostril. It isn't too bad, nothing serious. It still hurts a bit. Yeah, I know, burns can hurt a lot. A few months ago, I got a little burn from oil while cooking while frying some steaks. And it hurt a lot. Well, not really a lot at the time, but I still got a little mark of where the drop of oil hit me in the arm. That's probably gonna stay there for the rest of my life. Yeah, but it's fine. It's like you only can notice that if you actually look for it, you know. I only build in Minecraft. I'm very good at building. That is really good. Do you build big stuff? That's because I've been doing it for 6 years. That is a very long time. Actually, speaking of building Minecraft, I am intending to do another Gaming Friday where I'm playing Minecraft Bedrock, because there is one little project that I got started several months ago on my on the survival world that I have there, but because Minecraft Bedrock's creative mode and survival mode for that matter are so clunky, I kind of lost my patience on building the thing, so I was using creative mode, and I thought, hey, maybe I should try to finish this in creative mode. I mean, on a stream. That could be fun a little bit. You know, so maybe on a yet soon to come Gaming Friday, I might play Minecraft Bedrock and actually do some building. And hopefully finish the thing that I started forever ago. Alright, now let's pointify this flat end over here and hopefully be done with this nostril. Remove that. Something tells me I'm still gonna have that same problem that I was having before. I hope not, but I have a feeling that I'm gonna. Like, let me rant about Minecraft Bedrock for a moment here. Why must the creative menu be so unorganized, so completely a mess? Like, I cannot ever find anything I want right away. Everything is like everywhere. Sure, it has a search function, but I like to just go to, you know, to the actual categories of the blocks and items, and things are not where they are supposed to be. On Java, you can find stuff so easily. Just browse to a tab, to a category, and the thing you want is there. Easy to find. I need to figure out how to set up chat on Xbox so I can read chats for Twitch. I didn't even know that is possible on Xbox. Yeah, I am definitely having a little bit of trouble with this here. Oh my lord, what? That was not supposed to happen. Actually, what if I move this anchor point down? I don't know. You know, let me try this here first. Yeah, no, I'll try to move it down. Because if I try to curve the line, a corner pokes out of the blue edge there. That is just not what I need. Send a pic of the firework bomb that exploded near me in our server. The diameter of the bomb is 20 centimeters. That's a big, wow, 20 centimeters. That does sound quite a lot. So wait, are fireworks illegal where you live? Like you cannot explode fireworks on New Year's Eve, for example? Probably without a permit, at least. I mean, not without a permit. I mean... Because over here, if you want to release fireworks, all you gotta do is go to a store and just buy whatever you want. As far as I am aware, there's no restriction on whether or not someone can or cannot, by law, use fireworks. But you do need to be careful, obviously. There are different categories of fireworks. The one we got is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous category. Oh, I see. So they are not exactly legal. It's just that there are some restrictions. I would guess that maybe there might be also some age restriction involved. Like only people of a certain age can handle fireworks. So what did I just do? I accidentally deleted that anchor point. That's what I did. Like only people of certain ages can handle fireworks, that sort of stuff. Man, I'm trying to fix this, but it's only getting worse. Heck. Okay, maybe now this is gonna work. Let's bring this anchor point up a lot. Diminish how far that is going. Actually, I might have to leave this going a little far and use the eraser to erase a little portion of this once I import this into Photoshop. They are legal for people with special training, but that costs 5,000 euro in total. That is a lot of money. Like, a lot of money, especially if we convert that into my local currency. 5,000 euros to Brazilian real.
5,000 euros equals 28,275 Brazilian reals and 91 centavos.
Jesus Christ. That's this much money in my currency. 275 and 91 cents. Now, my God. For you to have an idea of how much money this actually is, how expensive this is, imagine that instead of 28,275 reais, this is actually 28,075 euros. That is a lot of money. I could buy a car for that much money. Granted, it would be a used car, but still. My car was less expensive, exactly. Seriously, you can buy a pretty decent car here in Brazil for less money than that. Like, sure, it would be a used car, but it would be a good car. Like, for example, the Fiat Palio. Let me see. This is a car that I would buy if I could. Like one of these here. Like this is what? It's probably a 2006 model, I think. It's a really good car. It's a very simple but really good and comfortable and reliable car. These usually go for like 12,000 up to 20,000 more or less, I think. Like, let's see here, shopping. No, that's for parts. Let's see, 2006. Yeah, like this here, for example. 1.4 liters, 4 doors, 17,900. It's a very cheap car. Very good. That's cheaper than a fireworks license. But here you won't get a good car for that money. Yeah, and here you would. Sure, it would be a simpler car, like the Palio I just showed you, but still a really good car. Very comfortable. Like the one we just looked into, probably has air conditioning and hydraulic steering wheel, and electric windows and electric doors as well. You know, it's what they call here the comfort kit. You might find this absurd, but up until the late 90s, probably still the early 2000s, electric windows and air conditioning and especially hydraulic steering wheel. Those were considered to be luxury items and therefore optional items in cars here in Brazil. Especially in the 80s, only luxury cars had those things. And if we are going to talk about ABS brakes and airbags, those were even more expensive and only became mandatory by law for all new cars to leave factory with those. So they are no longer optional items. That only became mandatory in like I think 2013. Up until then, everything, all of those things were completely optional. Buying a car in Austria is expensive with all the taxes. I assure you, my friend, that is even worse in Brazil. Mostly with the new cars, obviously. Those older models, they are much cheaper, mostly because they are old, but still. Like even the simplest of cars nowadays, they cost close to $500,000. Even utilitarian cars cost no less than 100,000 reais. Which again, if you want to have an idea of how expensive that really is, imagine that you are paying, for example, let me give you a very simple example. The Fiat Fiorino, which is the van version of the new Fiat Uno. Shut up with this. Ah, fine, I'll type my city. There, are you happy now? Let me see the page. Like this here. This is just a utilitarian car. It's not supposed to be comfortable. It is not supposed to be, you know, a family car. And last time I checked, this thing here is going for over 100,000. Where's the price? Where's the price? Yeah, there. From right now, it seems to be on sale on Fiat's website. From 100,990 reais for 98,190 reais. A few years ago, this same car, granted it was still the previous model, based on the classic Uno, that was going for like probably 60,000 at most. The price range of 100,000 was only applied for more luxurious cars over here. Well, not necessarily more luxurious cars, but, you know, higher end cars. Now, if you want to buy a high-end car here in Brazil, you can expect to pay at least $500,000. $500,000. It's an absurd amount of money. And it's gonna get even more expensive now that the allegedly elected president has taken office today, in fact. Alright, let's do a cut here. And let's see, I think I got this. That looks really bad. I mean, it doesn't look really bad, but this is definitely off place. Put this over there. Oh my god. There. Let's drop this a bit. Now there's a little thing poking out there. Heck. Bought my car for 2,400 euro and could sell it for 5,000 now. Wow. But like, is that because because of just the taxes or because the car actually gained value? After all, used cars, especially old cars and vintages, they did gain value. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them gained a lot of value these past few years. Like even the Fiat 147, which is the car that I have, was my dad's, and I'm still trying to restore that car. I'm still not done. Even that one, if it is in good shape, you can easily find it for sale for no less than, well, for less, but still, you can easily find it for sale for easily for 20,000, 30,000, and it is a good car. though very old. So there's that. The card doesn't gain value. Prices are rising and inflation. Oh, I see. Right, I forgot. Inflation was kind of rampant in Europe. Now I have a problem with this thing here. Man. So I fixed that. Now I need to figure out a way to fix this. Now ideally, I would have to move these rods down, but then look at that. That's just not good. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a very quick break from this because I need to use the bathroom. And while I am away, I'll try to give this a little bit of thought. And hopefully by the time I get back, I will have managed to figure out how to sort this out. But the prices for used cars are rising as there are currently less on the market because everyone keeps their own cars, as they barely can afford new car. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I said the prices of older cars have been going up. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Promise you. Be right back.
Just want to cry. Hey, talk to me, my name is Rainbow. Could be that you will find the best of friendship in me. Why don't we take some time, forget your sorrow? Just dance until the sun comes up tomorrow. I promise it's not just you who sometimes gets lonely. And I really think you're such a special pony. So let's fly away, we'll go wherever you want. Now I've got you, let me show you what is meant by loyalty. I have to tell you a secret, it should be no surprise. I only act like I do because I'm trying to hide the fact that confidence can be hard to come by at all. And if I look down.
Alright everyone, I am back and I do believe I have figured out how to fix this, how to handle this. First of all, I have to get myself comfortable in my chair again. Alright, now for real. First of all, I reckon I'm gonna have to do another cut on this single line here. And then, well, basically patch it. Now, I'm not sure if I'll just patch it or if extending this thing over here will do the trick. I don't really want to touch this any further because this is the curvature over here is just fine as it is. It's not perfect as I would like it to be, but it is good enough. but I think I'm gonna do it anyway. Let's make a new anchor point. And let's put it into place over the original blue line. There. The anchor point should be over here. Just so you know, this should hopefully match the original and look natural as much as possible. Now this anchor point needs to come down a little bit. It has to match the edge of the blue line. There. Oops. I think the major problem is going to be down here. That is where the actual issue is gonna happen. Let's extend this over here. Make another anchor point. Let's put it over there. Curve it up and around. There. Okay, this is gaining shape. Nice. This needs to come down. Okay, let's not touch that. New anchor point right here. Now we curve this. Make this over there. Oh my god, stop misclicking, Mike. I have to finish this today. Preferably. But this here seems to be fine. Make another anchor point here. And one here. So I can delete this one and smooth out this area. Just like that. Alright, now I have an anchor point right there. Let's delete this one and yonk. Just now should be able, we now should just need to figure out this corner here. Because as you can see, it is a little bad. Okay, that seems to be even enough. There's a very slight corner happening there. Let's smooth that out. Alright, let's make a new anchor point here instead. There we go, that's smooth. And what about over here? Yeah, that's better. What if I remove that? That's also better, I think. What about this one? Oh, that's even better. Okay. Now, actually, this could be a little thicker. No, now I have a flat over here, so don't do that. Maybe if I expand this one instead. But now I have a corner there again. There, the corner is gone. Alright, now, as for this gap over here, let's make a little patch. Let's make this a different color so we can see what we are doing. Start to curve. And now we try to position this so it looks like it is the blue line that is just continuing all the way until it ends on the black line over there. And if I do this right, once I change all of these colors back to black, everything will look like it is just one single line. Okay, I think this is enough. Okay, I think this is enough. So turn that black, fill this with black, turn this black, turn that black as well. Oops, not that. This. This is not as good as I wanted it to be. It works, but it leaves a bit to be desired in my opinion. The best I can do now is try to tweak this a little bit more, because this is at that point where the more I try to fix it, the more I might end up breaking it. So there really isn't all that much that I can do. Oops. Doesn't mean I can't try. There, see if I change this here. Now we have a little corner poking out there. And now we have one over there. Frick. Exactly. Exactly that. Okay, let's leave it like this. Again, like I said before, this is at one point where the more I try to fix it, the worse it's just gonna become. And that is serviceable. It is not as good as I wanted, but better than breaking everything. So let's save. Let me see, what is the next thing that I'm going to change slash... Why are fart noises so funny? Excuse me. I think the next thing that I should work on is the horns. I will reuse the line art. This one is good as well. It is really good. I'm going to reuse the base horn here for the bigger horn on the dragon, but then I'm going to have to draw technically speaking, 4 other horns. That should not really be an issue. Although for this one I will have to make a lot of new anchor points. Oh, and I'm probably gonna have to remove this pointification here, won't I? Well, I won't remove it now. Let's just move it instead. Let's move it over there. And let's change the color of that one over there. So let's send it to back. So I won't mistake the lines. There we go. Okay, now this one is connected to the head, as horn should be, but I mean the line arts. Let's begin with this curvature over here. There. Nice. Now I will need... Actually, you know what? Instead of making this horn be the big one over here, I should, because of where this horn is currently, I should make it be this one over here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Let's put that anchor point right there. And this one right there. This one over there. And this one, let's make this one be the end of that line out over there. Alright? Alright. Now, $95 bits, 17.99, 1 sub, 11.99 TL. What's TL? Please forgive my ignorance. I'm still a noob when it comes to how Twitch works. Like, actually and literally, I still don't know a lot of these things. Let's make one anchor point right here, because we have the line art of the horn going right there. This is going to define Turkish lira. Oh, I see. Another one here, so it's going to be the peak of this curve. And as you can see, the curvatures basically just form themselves. We just need to improve them. Like that. Let's make another one here so I can remove this one. There, now that is looking better, but I'm probably gonna have to come back here. Now, it might be too early to say this, but I do think / believe that drawing these horns with vectors is going to be easier than it was to draw them freehand when I was sketching them. Okay, so that goes there. Let's get all of these basic lines in place first, and then I will worry about detailing them. Now we curve that one inwards. Like, for example, this rod here, I'm going to have to stretch it over there, but I'm not going to do that right now. This goes here. This goes right there at the peak. And now we should be able to just morph and change all of these curves so they match the sketch as much and as well as possible. Now it is time, in other words, to actually make this horn look like this character's horn. Hopefully this should not take neither too long nor be too difficult. Right, this needs to go over there. That seems to be smooth enough. Now I curve this a little more. Actually, what if I simply remove this anchor point? I just made one. Not quite fond of that. But I think this mitigates that issue. Yeah, I think that is fine. Let's work up here now. Let's extend that. Remove this. Wait a second. I see. So the top of the horn here is a little flatter than this over here. So let's try and replicate that as closely as possible. Preferably without the addition of any new anchor points. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, let's see about these curves here. That seems to be fine. No corners there. That's smooth. Okay, I think I did it. Yeah, that is looking good. That is looking good. Let's now draw this line over here. And then I will work on the second horn. Oh, I think I'm gonna need one anchor point in the middle there. It's fine. Should I do this with the same thickness, 4 pixels, or should I drop the thickness on this line? I'm gonna do it the same. Vert. Now, oops. Now curve. Anchor point here. And curve over there. Alright, I will certainly need to come back to this line and make a few more changes to it later. But right now, what I need to do is to draw the second horn before I can worry about making any changes here or there. So let's do it. I'm gonna have to pointify this later, but I will begin with a flat line right there. There. Am I going to need an anchor point here? Possibly. Put that over there. And let's end right here. Now sure, we still have more horn to go, but I'm gonna pointify that end, right? Yes, right. Now we do this. We do a lot of curves. No need to get everything exactly in place as they should be right away. Because as I always say, we have to do the basics first. In other words, it's like we have to first build the foundations of the house before we erect the walls. After all, you cannot start building a house by making the roof first. You can try, though you're gonna have a very hard time getting that to work. There. Alright, that should be enough for the basics. Let's now fix these curves. There's a little bit of a corner happening here. There, that's smooth. We need to change over here as well. See how there's a line poking right there? I was expecting that to happen. That belongs to this line over here. Which means once I have this horn done, I'm gonna have to come back to this one and make a few changes to this line. But that's for later. Yeah, this is not very smooth. There is a corner right there. I know it is very subtle, you guys probably cannot really see it, and you might think that I am insane for believing there is one there, but believe me, there is one. I'm not crazy. Not yet. Although granted, I do talk to myself very often. Then again, I am an IT professional, computer technician, and it is said that IT people are not usually very well in the head. Which is the whole reason for why they work on IT in the first place. I like IT jokes. Alright, that seems to be fine. I'm gonna have to check this on the sketch. Yeah, that seems fine. Wow, people are still like blowing up fireworks outside. Okay, let's save. Let's go over here now. Let's turn both of these to blue so I can very easily see where they're poking at or poking out of, like this one for example. There we go, that seems to be good. But now I have to change this over here very gently, very lightly. Yes, I think that is well enough. What about this one? This one is fine. I actually won't have to change this one at all. As far as I can tell right now anyway. I'll know for sure later. So let's save. And let's continue. Actually, I was talking about fireworks just now, and it just reminded me that last night I did not watch the fireworks go off outside. Actually, don't remember the last time I actually did that, because for the past few years I have been spending my New Year's Eve until a little past midnight playing Legends of Equestria and hanging out with some other players in places of the game. And last night, in fact, the only fireworks show I saw was the one I put that I put up with fireworks in the game. Very pretty colors, though. Very pretty. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to move this anchor point. So let's move it. Am I gonna need another anchor point here? I don't know. What I do know is that I need to turn on my lights because it is starting to get dark here. Ah, there we go. Ooh, much better. Yes, I will need another anchor point here. That is way better than I expected. Wait a second, what is that line over there? Alright, that's just one of the spikes this character has along its back. I mean, along his back, not its back. I think that there's fine. This will need fixing, but I'm not gonna get to that right now. Again, basics first. Let's get everything into place for the most part first, and then worry about fixing the details. Alright, now it is time to fix the details. Or rather, to worry about fixing the details. And actually fixing the details. Okay, so this anchor point actually do need to stay there. Except I will move it a little bit to the side like that. Maybe now I might be able to remove it. Yeah, that actually doesn't look bad. Yes, that is quite alright. This goes like so. Let's remove this anchor point and not that one. Don't do that again, Mike. There's a corner there. Let's try to mitigate that. Yeah, I think that is looking good. Quite alright. What about this anchor point? Let's not remove that, not without making a new one right down here. Oh god. Something is off right here. That doesn't look right. It looks better on the sketch. Maybe I need to give this a little more curve. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah, it looks better, but there's still something off about it. Might be this here now. Yeah, I think there's a corner there. Okay, now I think I got it. Let's run a line right here. Now I am almost close to being done vectorizing the final line art with this character. There isn't all that much left to do now. I need to stretch. That felt good. Alright, let's see. Gonna have to erase this bit over here. Let's make an anchor point there so we can do a cut. Snip, snip. There we go. Brilliant. Now I need to pointify. Hey, good luck on your stream, Dragon Tomo. Enjoy. I need to pointify this end, that end, and this one. See you, have a good one, Dragon Tomo. Enjoy. But first I think I'm gonna draw this horn first. Then I'm gonna worry about pointifying all of those things. There and there. Curve down, curve up. Because we haven't talked in a while, we've been busy. It is always a pleasure to have a chat, Dragon Tomo. Thank you so much for joining today's stream, man, and I hope you enjoyed. Have a very good one, my friend. Oh no, I messed up. There we go. By the way, my dudes, and I hope you don't mind the fact that I sound tired. That is because I am tired. I am very sorry for sounding so tired. Can I see your drawing right now before I go? Sure, here it is. It is taking shape. Let's remove the sketches for now. There we go. That is what the final line art is looking like so far. As I said, I am close to being done, but there are still a few more things to go. Still a few more things to do. Thank you. Like I said, I still have to pointify those ends that I pointed at. Draw this horn. Draw the horns on the other side of the head. Draw the spikes. And lastly, but not least, draw these lines here on his neck. And then also these details here that I forgot to mention about. Let's finish this horn. I don't sound that tired? Well, good. Because I promise you, I actually am feeling way more tired than I sound. I didn't need to remove that anchor point. But fine, since I did, apparently that is something that I was supposed to do anyway. So I guess that worked out in the end. Nice. There, I think this is good. I think that's fine. Let's make a cut right here. Break apart. And another one right here. Also break apart. No, not that anchor points. This one. There. Alright, let's take a look at what this looks like and save. Yeah, I think I do dare say that is looking quite fine, quite alright. Let's pointify those ends on these horns and then finally move on. Let's begin down here. And for those of you who don't know what the fudge I mean when I say pointify or pointification, the pointification process, you know, pointy something, that's the process of converting, quote unquote converting, these flat ends into pointy lines just like this one over here. Just so it kind of looks like a nice stroke with a pen or something like that. Like I am releasing pressure of the pen as I end the line. And this is how it's done. I draw, I make a triangle, this, and then I curve it to make it match the line that I am drawing the triangle over. And then if I do it right, once I turn everything into the same color, it looks like it is the same line. Let's bring this down because that isn't working. Okay, that should work. Actually, yes, I think this is quite fine as it is. Maybe a little change right here. DR, I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I do apologize if I butcher it, but DRK, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday, Happy New Year. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I am new here, but for some reason I really like to stream. I'll follow you right now, and I hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying, because personally I find the process of drawing vector lines to be a very boring one. But hopefully this is not going to take much longer, and once this is done, I can finally move on to my actual favorite part, which is coloring and doing shading. And once I do that, this picture that I am working right now should end up looking like this one here, for example. Because being a YCH commission, it is actually supposed to look like this one. But yeah, but the character is different. I really want to finish here today. Hey, Peonies! Welcome to the stream. Happy New Year, and thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. I am working on your character right now, by the way. Okay, I think this is enough for the pointification. Let's make a cut right here and yeet that anchor point. Let's turn all of this into black to see if I did do this right. And yes, I did. See, this is what I was talking about. That's what I call pointify, or pointification of lines. Turn these flat ends into nice sharp edges like this one. So it looks like a stroke of a pen, for example, where I release the pressure on the pen as I end the line. Hi, Happy New Year, thank you. Let's work on the pointification of, not that one actually, let's work on the pointification of this one actually. So turn this into black. And let's pointify this one. Now hopefully this one is going to be much easier than the first one. Let's begin with the triangle, hairline thickness, convert to curve, and now we curve it. Bring this down, curve this that way, bring this up, and to the side a bit. Okay, maybe not as much to the side like that. Actually, this needs to go over here. Oh god, no. No, that is wrong, that is bad. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Okay, that might be a little bit of a problem. Just because I said that I hope that I think this was gonna be easier. I should not be saying those things. I frequently jinx myself. Okay, this is actually not too bad. I can make this work. Now let's make the edge of the black line match the edge of the blue line, without having stuff poking like this. There's no such thing as a jinx.
And actually there is a Pokemon that is called Jinx, so there is such a thing as Jinx.
Yeah. I mean, mistakes happen. By the way, what is which number is the Pokemon Jinx? I don't remember. What number is the Pokemon Jinx?
Number 124. According to Cerebi, Jinx number 124 Cerebi.net Pokédex.
Okay, thank you, phone. That was a bit of information I didn't actually need. But thank you. Oh, you're actually playing Pokemon right now. That is awesome. Which one? I used to know from memory all of the first 151 Pokemon. And I could cite them not only from memory, but in the correct order. I lost that ability, sadly. Oh no! I'm gonna have to do a patch over here. That's fine. Okay, let's make this not blue actually. Keep it black for now. Let's make a cut on the blue line. Oh, you're playing the new one. Violet, I'm wonder trading away a bunch of stuff I don't need since my Pokédex is complete. Awesome! That is a game that I will very likely not be playing for a few more years to come, if ever. Not because I don't want to, but because I cannot. Alright, let's make this patch here. Did Game Freak manage to fix all, or at least most of the bugs the game had? Because that game was extremely buggy at launch. From what I saw, there's so many memes about that actually. Good stuff though. But supposedly the game is really good, in spite of the bugs. Not really. Figures. I mean, I don't think the game is bad, regardless of the bugs. But starting on Generation 7, Pokemon kind of started to lose its charm for my taste. So much so that I still haven't finished Pokemon Sun, and I bought that one at launch. It's fun, but no, they're not being keen on releasing patches or anything. Just kinda sad. That is too bad. I wonder though if they had fixed at least some of them, because I do remember Game Freak, I saw this on Game Explain at least, Game Freak did release a patch that supposedly had fixed a few bugs. Okay, now let's turn all of this into black and see if I did a good job here. And I dare say I did. There we go, now everything looks like it is just one single line, as it should be. Now let's pointify this over here. Now I already have a pointification thing from the original baseline art. Let's see if I can adapt that into here. I've also been playing X since my friend gifted me a 3DS, so now I'm playing those games I missed. Oh, Pianist, Pokemon X is awesome. I love Pokemon X. Pokemon X is one of my favorite Pokemon games. I think my top favorites are Pokemon Crystal / Pokemon Soul Silver. I really cannot measure which one of those two I like the most, because Generation 2 is my favorite. And Pokemon Crystal is awesome in its own regards, and Pokemon Soul Silver improves Pokemon Heart Gold by that extension as well, but especially Soul Silver because of Lugia. I love Lugia. Pokemon Soul Silver improves on so many things. That's like a remake done right, and the community seems to regard it as such as well. But in any case, top number 1, Pokemon Soul Silver. Top 2, probably Pokemon X is my favorite, followed by Pokemon Alpha Sapphire maybe, and Pokemon Emerald. Although I don't know if I like Pokemon Emerald more than I like Alpha Sapphire. They are probably tied, since both of those two are Generation 3. One is the remake, but the other one is the original. And Pokemon Fire Red, I really like Fire Red too, but that is like number 3, or am I on number 4? I can't remember. Yes, Pokemon Soul Silver is so good. I'm actually considering to start a playthrough of Pokemon Soul Silver on stream. And the nice thing is that since I have soft unlocked my 3DS, I can, and actually I already did, install Soul Silver, the ROM of Soul Silver, with the ROM forwarder on my 3DS, and play that as a installed game on the 3DS. I do have a physical copy of Pokemon Soul Silver. I bought it when it was still new, and I beat that game. Right now I'm just hatching eggs to try and get a shiny Charmander on that one. But I digress. If I do start playthrough of Soul Silver on stream, obviously I will have to be playing that on an emulator, but because I have soft unlocked my 3DS, I can copy this save to the 3DS and play that save on the 3DS independently of my physical copy of the game, which is really good because that way I can make some progress, do some grinding and stuff without having to boot up the emulator. Like for example, if I am watching a video on YouTube, I can just be grinding away on my 3DS while having the video on full screen on the computer. That game is super rare, or at least that's what my roommate keeps saying. Apparently it is, because Pokemon Soul Silver and Heart Gold are actually two of the favorite and best remakes in the Pokemon series. The search for those has increased to a point where their price skyrocketed. Actually, just out of curiosity, let me go on Mercado Libre and see if they have those games for sale. I bought them when they were still new. They were no longer supported by Nintendo, by Game Freak, because Generation 5 had just launched. But I still managed to get Soul Silver, my copy of Soul Silver, for very cheap at the time. Well, it wasn't really very cheap, but it was relatively speaking cheap. And it was brand new in the box, still factory sealed. Pokemon Soul Silver, original. Pokemon Soul Silver, apparently just the cartridge, $159.99, but is this original? It doesn't say. No, it does say, right here. This guy is asking, is it original? And the seller is saying, nope. Does it work like the original? Does it offer any risk of breaking? It works perfectly and doesn't offer any risk to the console. Okay, so this is not original. That is why it is cheap. Well, this one is apparently original and still in the box. And factory sealed, but come on, 4,000 buckaronis? Okay, no, this is just absurd. The seller doesn't even have any reputation. Okay, let's not consider this one. Now, Pokemon Emerald, this is one that I really want to buy an original copy of, but it has become super expensive. You can still find original copies of this here in Brazil, but the ones I found are costing like nearly 1,000 reais. It's way too much money. I really regret not having bought a copy that I found a few years ago when I had the opportunity. Because I remember I once found a used copy, but it was original in really good shape for only, I think it was like only 150 bucks. Now this one seems to be more like a more decent price for what you expect to be encountered Soul Silver. It comes in the box. It has been opened, so used, but it comes with a Pokewalker and the game, obviously. 1,200 reais. Yeah, considering this game is to be considered, I mean, let me rephrase that. Considering this game is considered to be rare nowadays, this price, although absurdly expensive, is more in tune with what you would expect. Pokemon Soul Silver original box for the game and the Pokewalker. So this is just the box and the Pokewalker apparently. No, you're basically just buying the Pokewalker with this one. That's the other thing, I don't have the Pokewalker, just the game. Oh, the Pokewalker was so fun. I have mine because, like I said, I bought mine original and new, still factory sealed. Soul Silver NDS manual, so just the manual and the box. That one. Pokemon Soul Silver original, probably just the cartridge, not the Pokeball, the Pokewalker. But this here seems to be original. Yeah, see that even this here is very expensive, 689. Like if you want to have an idea how expensive these prices here really are, imagine that instead of 689 reais, this is actually $689 or euros or whatever your current local currency is. Here's another one with everything. Pokewalker, the instruction manuals, the booklets, the actual full box, the game, 1,549. Yes, this has indeed gone super expensive. These here are just the cartridge, not even the internal box that comes in the box. Now this here seems to be more affordable and seems to come with everything. 998. There's the Pokewalker, the big box, the internal box with the game, instruction manuals, booklets. Pokemon Soul Silver in the box manuals and the Pokewalker. The Pokewalker doesn't have batteries. The game doesn't have the cradle for the Pokewalker. So that little thing that you can clip the Pokewalker to your belt, for example, it's missing that. First photo shows everything that comes with the product. The product is sealed to avoid, I forgot this word in English. To avoid wear on the box. Okay, so yeah, it's missing the clip, but much more affordable. So Pianist Dragon, if you want the Pokewalker, buy from this guy. Actually, no, he doesn't have a reputation. I mean, it's not that he's going to be a bad seller, but it's not really, you know, it's a bit risky to buy from sellers who don't have a reputation like this. Now, just out of curiosity, what about Pokemon Emerald? I really would like to buy Pokemon Emerald, a physical original copy. They can still be found, but the original ones are so expensive. You find bootleg ones like this one super easily. I have one. But the clock doesn't work because it doesn't have a clock, so it has to be an original one. Like this bootleg, only 56 bucks. Sure, if you really want the game just to play the game for the sake of having the game, my god, 2,160, but this one is original. Then sure, go for a bootleg, but if you want the full experience, oh, but it comes with everything, then it has to be the original. Pokemon Emerald GBA cartridge game, original American. 2,160 reais, my lord. But it comes with everything. I would be fine with just the cartridge. Just wish I could buy, like this one here, for example. 699.99. It seems to be the original. Will you have the engraving there? Do you have a photo of the back? I think I see those 4 squares that the original boards have. It looks like that's it over there, but it's so faint. Ah, it is original. It does have the clock. See that little silver cylinder on this zoom here? That is where the quartz for the clock is located. You will find that in Pokemon Silver, Gold, and Crystal as well. That is actually the cause for the battery on those games draining much sooner than in Pokemon Red, Silver, and Green. Red, Blue, and Yellow, for example. I don't have Emerald, physical at least. I really wish I had Pokemon Emerald, a physical copy of Emerald, like the original. I have a bootleg version, but I want the original. Yeah, man, 700 bucks, and I still would have to pay for the shipping. Oh, oops, that's... never mind that. So, like, if I could afford this right now, how much would I be spending? 99 plus 31... 60... 731 reais and 59 cents for just the cartridge. Jesus Christ. But it is original. I really regret missing the opportunity that I had a few years ago to buy an original copy of Emerald when I had the chance. I really miss not grasping that chance. I really do miss that. Another one original but with everything, 100, well, I mean 1,500. And then you have your bootlegs for 39, 120. Yeah, man, I'm still very sad when I see the prices of Emerald nowadays. That I missed the opportunity that I had years ago to buy an original copy. And like at the time I could afford it. I don't know why I chose not to buy it when I had the chance. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, nice. I could reuse the original pontification thing from the base. So nice. Let's do a cut here and move on. Also, another thing that I have been thinking of starting a playthrough of on the stream is a playthrough of Pokemon X. I also have a physical copy of Pokemon X. I also have a physical copy of Pokemon Y. For whatever reason, I bought both copies, I mean both versions, at launch. I don't know why I bought both of them, since I really wanted the just Pokemon X. And like, I could argue that maybe I wanted to trade with myself, but I only have one 3DS. I really don't know what was I thinking when I decided to buy Pokemon Y, but regardless, I have a physical copy of Pokemon X that I bought at launch. And I beat that game, I really loved it. And there's another one that I'm thinking of starting a playthrough on the Gaming Fridays. But again, I would have to play that on an emulator for the stream. But it is something that I can play on the 3DS by copying the save. By copying the save over. Over and back. There we go. This here actually seems to be going much more easily than a couple horns before. Now another thing that I would like to have a physical copy, an original physical copy of, is Pokemon Red. I have an original Pokemon Blue, but I want Red. And like the Pokemon Blue that I have, I didn't even choose to buy that one. Back in 2001, with the help of my dad, I bought a Game Boy Advance. It was a used Game Boy Advance. The original owner lost the battery cover. That Game Boy is actually sitting on my desk right now. It came with a bootleg copy of Pokemon Red and an original copy of Pokemon Blue, as well as a bootleg copy of Pokemon Yellow. That is another thing that I would like to have an original of, Pokemon Yellow. And it also came with a cartridge containing, I think, 58, a total of either 28 or 58 games in one cartridge. And that cartridge actually has a battery, so you can save the progress on some games. It has Super Mario Land. That was the first time I played Mario Land. I actually spent so many hours playing Mario Land on that cart. I don't think I ever beat Mario Land on that cart. But anyway. And it also has Pokemon Gold and Silver, but with a caveat. Well, two caveats. First caveat, because it is a bootleg cart, it does not have a clock, so there's no daylight cycle. The clock doesn't run. Well, it runs, but only if you are playing the game. Like, the clock will only move forward if the game is running. So there's no, like, for example, if I boot up my copy of Pokemon Crystal right now, I have an original copy. It will start late in the afternoon, and the clock in the game will say 5:27 p.m., just like my clock on the computer right now. So gold and silver on that cart, don't do that, because you don't have a clock. And the second caveat, and the major caveat, is that both of them are the Japanese version of the game. And actually, fun fact, I played through the entirety of Pokemon Silver in Japanese in that cartridge back in the day, and I beat it. I kid you not, I beat it. I don't speak Japanese, never did. At the time I didn't even speak English, only Portuguese. And in order to play that, I had to play with a pencil and several pieces of paper, and testing all the items to see what they would do, and then drawing down their names in Japanese as they appeared on the screen of the Game Boy, and on the side writing in Portuguese or sometimes in English based on what I knew from Pokemon Blue and the anime, and Pokemon Yellow as well, because I was playing Pokemon Yellow at the time. Writing down what they supposedly were based on what they did. Like, for example, a potion, I would see how much HP it would restore, a certain item would restore on a Pokemon, and I would believe that is a potion because it restored that, I think, 20 HP, for example. So I would draw the stuff in Japanese and then write in Portuguese poção or potion, which is poção in Portuguese. And that is how I beat Pokemon Silver back in the day in Japanese. I still have all of those notes that I made. Also, another interesting thing about that version of Pokemon that I played, that is where I found my very first shiny ever. It was a shiny Rapidash. I had no idea what shinies were. I just thought, I was just walking in front of Mount Moon, and I encountered what at the time I called a, quote, a strangely colored Rapidash, end quote. I thought it was a glitch, but I caught it, and I still have it. I still have that Rapidash. I seriously need to find a way to eventually be able to afford one of those devices that can read and write to Game Boy cartridges, so I can back up the save from that cartridge, because the day the battery on that cartridge dies, it will take that shiny Rapidash along with it. Here, let me show you my shiny Rapidash, my Japanese shiny Rapidash. I actually just re-uploaded rather, an old photo of that to my Inkblot. My god, these old artworks. There it is. I don't remember when I took this photo, but it was many years after I caught this shiny Rapidash. Actually, you know what? I think I have a better photo that I took more recently of that shiny Rapidash. Let me zoom out so you guys see the dragon, and let me check on my phone here. If I do, I'm gonna show you that instead. Let's see. Well, I have a photo of my cats. There's more photos of my cats. Oh no, I don't have it here. I could swear I had. Maybe I downloaded the photos to my computer. Because that's something that I occasionally do from time to time. I copy all the photos from the phone, and then I remove them from there. Photos, phone, Asus. Let me look this on the other screen because there's some faces here. As an Eevee. Oh yes, I definitely took a picture more recently because I upgraded the screen on my Game Boy and now it is backlit. Let me find that. It is in here, definitely. It is definitely in here. That's not it. That's not it either. That's not it. It should be close. Ah, there she is. Or he, actually. Yeah, no, yeah, that's a male, never mind. There he is. There. Pocket the monsters. And there's my my very first shiny ever. I took this photo last year, actually. My shiny Rapidash. Everything's in Japanese. I have no idea. What? There's the cartridge. Also, the original owner didn't have the original sticker on the cartridge, so back in 2001 or 2002, I made my own sticker for the cartridge, and that's what I did. Oh boy. And there it is, the main menu. Pokemon Pokegomon Gold and Pokegomon Silver. 18 games in one. And that's on the 3DS. But yeah, I really want to save this shiny Rapidash. Once I learned a few years later what shinies were, and I realized that I had caught a shiny in Pokemon Silver back in 2001, ever since then, for about 20 years, I have been really wanting to get another shiny on another copy of Pokemon. Obviously, an American copy of Pokemon. And ever since then, I have been trying to get one in almost any version of Pokemon that I played. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Emerald, Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Crystal. I actually got to hatch two shiny Ponytas in Pokemon Crystal recently. One on the Virtual Console on my 3DS, and alright, I was going to point fight this, and another one on my physical copy of Pokemon Crystal. I'm actually leveling up my shiny Rapidash on my physical Pokemon Crystal before I face the Pokemon League on that one, because I want to do the league with my shiny Rapidash on Pokemon Crystal on my physical copy of my American Crystal. But yeah, also on Pokemon Emerald, I have been trying to get a shiny there. Pokemon Alpha Sapphire, Pokemon White 2. All of them. I still haven't tried on Pokemon Sun because I haven't finished that game yet. Actually, is Ponyta and Rapidash even on Pokemon Sun? I don't know. I don't think they are they? Maybe they are. Don't remember. But yeah, nearly 20 years of trying. So far, I only got my shiny Ponyta on Soul Silver. I mean, Pokemon Crystal. Actually, I started a Pokemon hunt on Pokemon Platinum on stream to try and get a wild shiny on there. I have to resume that work, that little project, because I couldn't do on the first stream that I did that, and then I ran out of repels and money because I had to buy a bunch of stuff, more Pokeballs and stuff. So I went off to grind a lot, and I actually maxed out my money in Pokemon Platinum. So that is completely ready to go again. Now, having said that, in between, and this is actually why I said Pokemon Soul Silver just now instead of Crystal. In between, nearly 20 years later, in between grinding up to get some more money and items on Pokemon Platinum so I could shiny hunt there, in between doing that and hatching and trying to hatch more eggs with the Masuda method again on Pokemon Soul Silver, guess what happened? Spoiler alert, there's this folder here on my desktop with a few photos. After nearly 20 years and several times with trying to shiny hatch a Ponyta on Soul Silver with the Masuda method, I finally got one on Pokemon Soul Silver. And there she is, and it is a female too, which is something I really like. That I really like to have a shiny Ponyta that is female. And there she is. She's so cute. Yeah, I hatched her on the 15th of December, but I'm still gonna try to shiny hunt another Ponyta in Pokemon Platinum. And there it is with my collection of shinies in Soul Silver. All of these are shinies. This Charmander, by the way, I managed to soft reset on Pokemon Fire Red. Though I did that playing I did that playing on an emulator. I didn't use cheats. I only tried the only thing I used on the emulator to get the shiny Charmander was the speeding up the emulation. You know, when you press a key and the game runs super fast. That's the only thing I did. So I sped up the game and kept soft resetting until I got a shiny Charmander. And from there it was a process of sending this to a physical copy with Pokemon. Actually sent this. I was making a tutorial on how to do that, sending a Pokemon from Generation 3 on an emulator to Generation 4 on a physical cartridge. But before I could be done with that tutorial, the GTS for Pokemon Generation 4 shut down, so I gave up on the tutorial because it involved the GTS. And the process was basically, she likes to fight. She does, doesn't she? I'm actually gonna name her Dashi. I kid you not, I'm gonna name her. And I don't normally name my Pokemon, but I'm gonna call her Dashi. But basically the process of sending Pokemon from Generation 3 on an emulator to Generation 4 on a physical copy, well, it's actually easier nowadays, but at the time, the only way I could figure out how to do that was by finding a way to connect the save of the Generation 3 game on the Virtual Boy Advance emulator to work with a save of a DS Pokemon game. So the PAL Park on the emulator running Generation 4 game would read the save as if it was a cartridge inserted on the DS. You know how you transfer Pokemon from Generation 3 to 4 on the DS. You plug the cartridge and you go to PAL Park. So yeah, you would do that, and then once you have the Pokemon in the emulator on Generation 4 on the emulator, you would then connect the emulator to the internet and send that Pokemon to the GTS, but in a way that it would be very easy for you to identify that Pokemon yourself, because and you would have to be quick with this because anyone could grab that Pokemon if they had another Pokemon that was matching your requirements. So for example, I would send the shiny Charmander from the emulator to the GTS, and then on the DS, the actual console with an actual physical copy. By the way, I'm done with the horns here. Let's move on. Actually, yes. And as soon as I deposited the Charmander on the GTS on the emulator, I would have to log in with the DS and immediately search for that Charmander and immediately do the trade. Oops, I pressed the wrong key. Why do I keep pressing the wrong key? But anyway, long story short, that is how I transferred the shiny Charmander from the Game Boy Advance emulator to my physical copy of Pokemon Soul Silver many years ago. Nowadays it is much easier. You can just use the, what's it called again? PokeHacks editor, I think. Let's see. Michael, Nintendo 3DS, tools and utilities. Yeah, PokeHacks. You can just use this Pokemon editor to read from the save. Like for example, I have a save here right here from Pokemon Vietnamese Crystal. You can just read a Pokemon and just save it, and you save it as a file, and then you can just grab that file and insert that file, like one of these for example, into another save. Like let's say for example this save here was a save from Pokemon Fire Red on the emulator. You just go here, open. Wait, let's copy this. Let's insert, for example, Generation 2 Pokemon here. Like one of these shiny Ponytas that I hatched on my copies of Pokemon Crystal. I open this. Yeah, it kind of barks because the save is a Japanese version, while that Ponyta is American. But still, you got the point. And the Pokemon will appear here, and then you can just click on a slot and set, and the Pokemon will be there, and then you just save. And then you transfer the save to the physical copy. And that is where having a unlocked 3DS comes into play. And then it works just fine. But back then, that wasn't an option. Actually, at the time, I don't think a 3DS... No, actually the 3DS did exist. I didn't have a DS when I was doing that. I bought the 3DS first. Only a short while later, I bought a Nintendo DS Lite. Because I have no friends, so I need another console so I can trade with myself. But yeah. Also at the time, the soft unlocking of a 3DS was still in its very early infancy. It was probably still dangerous to do that. And I had no idea how to do that, and if I did, I would be super scared to do that because, I mean, it's expensive where I live. It's still very expensive, a 3DS here. Which is the reason why I never bought another one. So I could trade it with myself using Pokemon Y or whatever. Because like I mentioned earlier, I have a copy of Pokemon Y and X. Actually, I wanted to buy a 2DS to act as a trading console. And now that I have soft unlocked my 3DS, I would love to be able to trade with myself using the games on the virtual console. But alas, I cannot. Now I have two choices for these things here. I can either draw every single one of these, or I can copy this one and adapt it. And I'm actually just gonna draw every single one of them, because they actually have a little bit of a curvature going here that is matching the curvature of the neck. And sure, I can just adapt this one to have the curvatures as well, but I don't know, it feels like it's not gonna feel as good. Yeah, that seems to be fine. Let's give this just a little bit of curvature. And now let's round up these edges, or rather, these corners. Yeah. But if someday I am able to afford it, I am definitely gonna buy a 2DS. Just because it's supposed to be cheaper than an actual 3DS. And besides, you don't really use the 3D effect anyway. Although it looks really nice on Pokemon X. Actually, I remember the very first time I booted up my copy of Pokemon X as soon as it arrived. I sat on the couch in the living room, turned up the volume of the 3DS all the way up. I was sitting next to the window, I mean under the window, and I turned up the 3D effect all the way up as well, because I mean it's there, why not use it then, right? And it's a Pokemon game, it's gonna have it. And it did. It looked really, really good. There we go. Speaking of looking good, that is looking good, and I'm gonna drink water. Now, 2 more to go. And then I'm gonna draw the lines on his neck. And then I will export all of this, just the lines obviously, as a transparent PNG file, because this is going to be one layer. Then I'm gonna draw the lines for the spikes on the back of his head. Export that as another layer. And last but not least, I'm gonna draw the horns on the other side of his head. And that should be the last thing that I'm gonna have to be doing for the line arts of this character. And after that, it's all only a matter of bringing everything into Photoshop and painting everything. And then shading, obviously. And then this dragon is gonna be doing a blap just like this one. I mean, just like this dragon, not like this picture. And where is that blap? It's nowhere to be found, never mind then. But you guys know what I'm talking about, I showed you earlier. Oops. Yes, that blap. Well, not exactly that blap. Actually, a fun fact about that emote. When I was thinking about this YCH, I actually thought about using that emote, that picture that I used for that emote, as the base for the YCH for this blap. But then I remembered I had a few troubles drawing the perspective correctly and the anatomy and stuff. So since this was going to be my very first YCH, and I decided that I should probably start with something simpler, which is why I came up with this instead. with this instead. Now, once I am done with this YCH, I'm definitely gonna do more in the future, in the near future preferably, and I might actually relaunch this same base for this blap. Obviously make new ones, different ones and stuff. Also do pony ones instead of just dragons. But I also relaunched this one because that is cute. I mean, like, seriously, is there an ugly blap? I find it hard to believe. There we go, that is looking good. Now let's roundify this one. And then we'll have only 5 more to go. That seems to be fine. I mean, I don't necessarily need to make these very round like this, but I kind of feel like it looks a little more natural if I do so. Yeah, let's reduce this here a bit. Let's save. Now let's do this last one. Oh, wait a second, I gotta do this first. Oh, I already did the convert. No, I didn't. Now I did. Convert to curve. This needs to curve, but not as much as I just did it. Okay, this does curve inwards like that. By the way, speaking of shinies, going back to that subject, for a while now I have been playing Pokemon Emerald on the emulator because, well, that's the only way I can really play that game with the clock running. Otherwise, I am unable to plant berries. So I have been playing on an emulator. I still haven't finished the game. But point is, I found a shiny Mightyena on that game. I was very happy. So now I have a shiny Mightyena in my collection. Though I never transferred that one to other Pokemon games yet. I should do that. You know what's the nice thing about being able to back up saves on Pokemon? Is that you can transfer all your favorite Pokemon to other Pokemon games and still keep them on their game of origin. Like for example, this shiny Mightyena that I found on Pokemon Emerald on the emulator, but still Pokemon Emerald regardless. If I back up the save before I do the transfer, I can transfer Mightyena to another Pokemon game, and like for example Soul Silver, on my physical copy of Soul Silver, and then restore the save and continue as if I have never transferred Mightyena, and then still have Mightyena on the emulator and my physical copy of Soul Silver. Or the shiny Tangela that I found on Soul Silver a few years ago, my physical copy of Soul Silver. I can back up my save on Soul Silver, transfer that Tangela, actually all the Pokemon that I want, out of Soul Silver, and let's say for example Pokemon Bank, and then restore the save and have them in the bank, which I can then transfer to some other Pokemon game, like let's say someday I eventually manage to get a Switch and play Pokemon Violet, for example, or Scarlet. And then I copy those Pokemon from the bank while still having them on my physical copy of Soul Silver. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so these are done, but they are too thick. I'm gonna have to reduce the thickness on these lines. They don't look natural like this. Let's drop them to 2. Thickness of 2. Hey, that looks much better. Let's save. And I don't think I'm gonna have to do any adjustments there. Very well. Let's remove this floating nostril, because we don't need that anymore. I'm still bothered by how this looks like. I don't know what to do about that yet, if anything. Anyway, let's now draw these scale lines on his neck. And these should probably be a lower thickness. Like, let's try number 3. Now hopefully these will not take very long. Is that line poking out? It is not. Good. What about over here? It is poking here. So do that. Okay. Turn that back to black. Now we draw this one. Drop its thickness to number 3. This. Oh, also another thing, that is something that I did with that shiny Ponyta that I hatched on Soul Silver that I just showed you a moment ago. Before I hatched her egg, I saved the game. That was actually very that was actually very tedious, because I was saving after every egg I hatched, or rather before I hatched every single egg. She was number, I think she was egg number 219 if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I was saving and hatching, saving, hatching. So when her egg hatched and I saw that she was a shiny, I didn't save. I instead closed the game, backed up the save, copied the save to the computer, opened that program that I showed you, the PK Hex, and then I saved just the Pokemon. I saved just her egg. I found, I opened the box where her egg was. Actually, she was in my party. I opened my party. The program identified that her egg contained a shiny. So I saved just the egg as a single file. And then I hatched her normally in Pokemon Soul Silver, the physical copy, and she's there now. But now if I want, I can copy her egg to other Pokemon games and hatch her with the IDs of whatever ID my trainer on whatever game I copy her to has. However, I did test that with Pokemon Platinum. I didn't keep the save with her egg there, but I did make a test because I didn't really know if that was gonna work. So I decided to test. And it does work, but with one caveat. Like, Soul Silver and Pokemon Platinum are both Generation 4 games. So my theory was that if an egg generated on Pokemon Soul Silver is a Generation 4 egg... I mean, hold on. Let me start that over. A Generation 4 egg generated in a Generation 4 game should hatch just fine if transferred to another Generation 4 game. So for example, I generated an egg in Pokemon Soul Silver, I should be able to have that egg in Pokemon Platinum, because both of those games are Generation 4 and the egg is also Generation 4. So, solid theory, right? So I decided to test that. So I injected her egg. That sounds weird. I injected her egg on my save of Pokemon Platinum, but I didn't copy the save to my physical copy of Platinum. Instead, I just loaded the save on the emulator because, well, there was no reason to copy that. It was just a test after all, to copy that to the physical game yet anyway. And I loaded that on the emulator to see if it would work. So the egg arrived just fine on the save, and hold on a second, I gotta continue this line there. And I hatched her egg in the emulator, and she hatched a shiny, just as expected. The weird thing was, when I went to see her in the party, you know, open the summary of the Pokemon to see the details, she wasn't a shiny. Even after she actually hatched a shiny. And that was really weird. And I tried it again, and it did the same thing again. For some reason, if you copy just the egg, you know, the save file of just the egg of the Pokemon, although it hatches normally, the game for some reason changes something in the Pokemon that turns it into a regular Pokemon. That is very weird. And the workaround that I found, if I am to actually copy just her egg so she hatches on different games with the idea of the trainer in that game instead of copying the actual hatched Pokemon with the trainer with the idea of my trainer in Soul Silver. The workaround is if I open the save in PK Hex, and I go to the hatched Ponyta, and I manually switch her back to shiny. Then that works. She still registers as a legal Pokemon if I do that, but I don't know, it's just weird. Also, it doesn't really feel quite the same if I do that, but hey, it works, and the program still sees her as a legal Pokemon. Anyway, I am done with the line art here. Let's export. Except for that thing over there. Not that one. Hold on a second, wait, no. That thing. Alright. Now I have to export this. But wait a second, this is going beyond the guideline. Hold on, I gotta do something there. Let's have this line hide inside the guideline. That there. Oh, the thickness is different. I mean, it's not really going to be a very big deal because this area here is going to be cropped. All I really need is that the line art of these scale lines is not going beyond the guideline. And that seems to be fine. Okay, that should work. Turn that back into black, save. And now we are going to export all of this as one layer. I just forgot what the... There it is. 1500. That is the resolution that I gotta export this at. 1500. Redo, delete. Redo, delete. So export. We gotta export to this folder. Let's call this head line art. 1500. Now, before I proceed any further, I need to check if this has indeed if this was indeed exported at the right resolution. Let's compare these two. Yes, it has. Perfect. Look at that. Yay! I'm still not too happy with this nostril here, but again, it is at a point where the more I try to fix it, the more I break it. So it's serviceable, not quite as I liked. As I wanted, but it works. If I try to fix it any further, it's just gonna get worse. So let's not do that. Alright, let's go back to the Pianist Dragon. Now we bring back everything that has been erased. And let's yeet that horn and group all of this together. There we go, perfect. Now that this head is all grouped together, I am going to turn everything into gray so I don't mistake any lines. Let's now draw the spikes on the back of his head. Now this should be a super simple ordeal. Just a few triangles with a slight curvature only on the lines that are going to be visible. So this... Actually, I might not even need to make that many curvatures. But I definitely want to round off these points here. Let's curve this a little bit so it looks more natural. And let's pointify this. I mean, not pointify, roundify. It's the complete opposite. There, now one more. And we should be done with this layer. Oops, I didn't select everything. Oh, I did select everything. There. Oh, by the way, Pianist Dragon, if you're still on the stream, in the chat, and if you're still listening, I do recommend you soft unlock your 3DS. That is actually... Oh, frick, I was supposed to hold shift. That is actually a very good thing to do. It gives you so much more freedom over your saves. Of course, over other things as well, but it allows you to back up your saves of all your games. Alright, so those are done. Now we delete everything except for those. And we export them as spikes. Let's call it back spikes. Line art. 1500. Now we undo all the deletes. Make these gray. And now we draw the horns on the other side of the head. You know, instead of drawing every single one of those horns again, well, just part of them, I could instead copy the ones on this side and paste them there. Oh, it is already modded? Oh, in that case, never mind me. Still, if for some if you need, in case it actually isn't, I do remember talking about how I soft modded mine, and I actually dropped a video, not a video, actually it was a video with a guide that I followed. It's on Dragon Realms. It's in there somewhere. I don't remember where, but it's in there. Probably if you search for something like soft mod 3DS or backup the saves, something like that, you'll probably find it. Okay, I'll take another quick bathroom break, and when I get back I will decide whether or not to just draw the lines for the horns on the other side, or if it's going to be more worth it to go through the trouble of extracting these horns here and copying them to the other side. So I will be right back, everyone. I won't be long.
Slowly, we always find a way to get through. And if you're ever feeling lonely, know that I'll be here for you.
Alrighty, I am back now. See, told you I wasn't gonna take long. And I have made up my mind about these horns. I am actually just gonna draw new lines for them. Because separate the horns on the left side of the dragon, you know, the side we are seeing here. There's gonna be more trouble than it should really be worth it. Instead, I'll just draw new lines. Besides, I don't have to draw the whole things. Only these parts that are visible. Okay, for this here now, for example, see, we can just go all the way back down to connect and close the lines like that. Now, granted, I still have to do the curves, but time has been saved. Yeah, that actually looks quite fine. Basics first, so let's not bother with getting things perfectly correct the first time around. Yeah, that should be enough for the starters. Oh, pianist, are you still there? I have a proposal for you. Alright, you said you are going to play Pokemon X, right? Eventually. I don't remember if you said you are already playing it, or if you are still going to start playing it. There. Playing it off and on. Okay, so you are playing it. If you need or want, I have all of the starters of all generations on my Pokemon X. So if you want or need, we can trade. I can send you one of each, so you can have a full collection. I think I have Eevees as well. Do I? I do. I don't remember if it. No. Wait, hold on a second. I don't think I have all Eevees on X. I have them on Soul Silver. Yes, I have them on Soul Silver, not on X yet. But I do have all the starters. That is actually something that I always do on every Pokemon version that I play. I like to collect all of the starters. I think that there is fine. What about this curvature here? This one isn't good. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that is much better. That reminds me, for a while I was actually trying to EV train a few specific Pokemon. Following some instructions, obviously, because I don't know how to do that myself. But I remember I've managed to EV train a Charizard X and a Charizard Y. And it's awesome. When I get done with the main story and stuff, hit you up on Discord. Sure, no problem, whenever you like. I have all of them. Actually, I believe right now I have my a copy of my physical save on the emulator right now. Let's take a quick look at what I have got there. I just need to bust out my controller here because the emulator is set up to run to control rather only with a controller plugged in. Hang on. Let me save this first. You never know when something might go wrong, so always save your progress frequently, everyone. For the record, I'm not gonna play Pokemon right now. I'm just gonna take a look at my save. Actually, I haven't played Pokemon X in a while, so I don't remember exactly what I've got there. I do know that I have all of the starters. Pause the music for a moment. Let's see, am I in front of Pokemon Center? I usually always save. That's not a Pokemon Center. Where's the nearest Pokemon Center? Why am I not in front of one? I always save in front of one. Excuse me, everyone, excuse me. Let's take this mouse out of there. South Boulevard. Ah, there we go. There we go. SSPC, organized boxes. Ah yes, I was trying to shiny hatch Ponyta on X as well. I kind of gave up. I do have a collection of Eevees, just waiting to be evolved. Nice, so I have that. I've completely forgot I put some Pokemon aside to send to Pokemon Sun. I never did this. I never even finished Pokemon Sun. Again, I bought that on launch. Ah yes, I do have all starters. All Gen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Charmander. Let's just use the mouse. Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Chikorita. What are you doing there, Chespin? Torchic, Mudkip, Rico, Chimchar, Piplup, Turtwig, Tepig, Piplup, wait, I misclicked. Oshawott, Snivy, Fennekin, Froakie, and Chespin. I don't remember why I have these guys over here. Like, they are extras. Why are they here? Ah! You are infected with the Pokerus. Nice. Oh, I think I got these out of trades on the GTS. Yeah, like this Turtwig, he's Japanese. Yes, that's why they are here. And there's my legendaries. But yeah, as you can see, I have all the starters. Hey, I forgot I have a collection of shinies here as well. Nice. Oh, this is the Tangela that I told you about that I got on Soul Silver. Only Pokemon is getting sick a good thing, right? So long as they get the Pokerus. By the way, remember Esper? I found a shiny one here on Pokemon X years ago. The wide-eyed cat. Buddy, I have all the starters. Whenever you like, I have them. Would you like to exit now? Yes. Let's resume the music. And unplug my controller and put it away. As a freebie, I could actually also send you some Pokemon that is infected with the Pokerus as well. The Pokerus is actually rare to catch, but it is a very good thing to have because I think the effect the Pokerus has is that it boosts leveling, so it is really good for raising Pokemon. And I should close that drawer. And even once a Pokemon has been cured from Pokerus, it can still transmit Pokerus to other Pokemon. So indeed, only Pokemon getting sick is something really good. Alright, let's draw this other horn here. Otherwise, I'm never gonna finish this thing today. Although I actually don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this today after all. I might, but probably won't. Shading will take some time. It is my favorite part, however. One of my favorite parts. It's coloring and shading. Those are my two favorite parts. The nice thing about YCH is that you don't usually have to do the entire picture from scratch. You reuse a lot of stuff because YCHs normally are done on top of existing stuff using bases. That's the whole premise of a YCH after all. And again, for those of you who don't know what YCH is supposed to mean, it means your character here, and my deck is discharging. There we go. Hey, mister! I'm gonna have to have an anchor point right there. There we go. Now this will have to be moved to the side a little bit like that. Okay, I think all of that is fine. Let's just fix this part over here. Even if I cannot finish this picture today, I want to at least color it today. At least the coloring has to be finished today. Ooh, I love this song. So, I think that is fine. Let's save and do the last horn. And this is not going to be just the last horn, it is also going to be the very last layer that we need. Curve like that, curve like this. Move the anchor point. Oops. I curve this one. Ah, I thought I had rounded the end of the horns. Do I want to do that? No, I don't think I want to do that. I'm thinking whether or not I should round up the end of these horns. Nah, I'm gonna leave them like this. It's fine. Alright, let's group up together all of these horns. Save. And delete everything. Except for them. Export. Right horns, line art. Resolution 1500. Bring back everything. Save. And close CorelDRAW. We close CorelDRAW and now we open Photoshop. But I'm gonna open the file from the base folder. Okay, now let me stretch my hand a little bit because now I'm gonna work with the pen and my tablet. I need to warm up these muscles a little bit. Oh god, this feels horrible. That's not good enough, but you will have to do. Alright, let's see here now. Let's hide WTM. Let's hide this. Dragon base. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this group. Like that, so let's make a new group on top. And let's call it Pianist Dragon. And immediately save this to this folder. And let's call it coloring, not coloring, coloring alpha 0. Okay. Now we gotta start. Let's start with headline art. Hold on a second. Okay, let's copy this and paste here. Wait a second, something is not quite right here. Oh no, wait. Oh, I didn't crop just underneath. I cropped on the sides as well. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, it's not necessarily a bit of a problem. The problem here is that, well, centering the new line arts over the exact position of the base. I have an idea. Make a new layer. And let's paint it blue, like this. And now we copy this blue layer and paste on top of this. Now I select just this blue layer. Let's hide it. Make a new layer. And on this new layer, we draw some new guidelines with preferably a different brush. Oh god! So it's time for me to go to bed. I'm extremely tired. Hopefully you have an awesome week. Good night. Thank you so much, Torpedo. As always, thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope you enjoyed it and had fun. And you yourself, may you have a very good week and a year. May this next week and year be a better one than the last one has been. But yeah, sleep well and dream of dragons. Now for the record, I don't know what I'm doing exactly here. I'm just hoping this is gonna work as I expect. So let's merge this down. Copy everything. Hide this and paste it. Now I am going to align the new line art with the base using these blue edges as the new guidelines. That line is up just nicely. The eye is lined up nicely. The smile. The neck. Perfect! Alright. Let's keep doing it. So that was the head. Let's bring the back spikes. Hold on a second. I gotta name the layer. Head line art. And I think I have an idea. What if I copy just these blue things from here and paste them here? This might work, but I'm not too sure, so just in case, let's actually copy that entire layer again. There, now we hide this, make a new layer, do the edge here and there, merge together, merge down, copy everything, paste here, spikes, line art, okay. Now let's position center rather. There and there. Oh, I just remembered something. I was supposed to export the sketch from Corel. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's do that real quick. I don't necessarily need that because I am working with bases, but it might be handy. It might be handy. Let's ungroup this stuff so I can delete this and this. Now export. Let's call this General Sketch rather. General Sketch for Corel. Let's change this to General Sketch from Corel. Yes, 1500. And we close CorelDRAW without saving anything. Now we bring this into Photoshop. Copy it. Actually, don't copy it yet. Instead, let's copy this. Paste it on top. Yeah. Like that. I'm doing the same thing as I have been doing. Merge down, copy everything, bring it over here. Let's call this General Sketch and give it a 50% opacity. And of course, I gotta line up the blue edges here. With the edge of the canvas, just like that. Now let's confirm that I have aligned the spikes in the correct position. Yes, I have. There they are. Perfect. Let's save, and let's keep going. Close this without saving. Close this without saving. I'm gonna reuse this here. So back spikes was the latest one. Let's do now the horns, which is the last layer that we have to bring into Photoshop. Now copy this blue rectangle, paste it here, select all, move left and then right. So now I have the selection. Hide it. New layer. Do the edges. Unselect everything. Merge down, copy everything, and paste everything right here. Let's call this layer right horns line art, and let's center, or rather let's position them where they are supposed to go. There we go, there we go. And there we go. See, they are in the exact position they should be. Now, let's remove all of these guidelines. So remove them from this layer, and this layer. And cannot exactly remove them from the layer below here, because that does not have transparency. What I can do is color over them, just like that. There we go. Also this here, don't need that. Okie dokie. Now let's hide the general sketch. Let's make a new layer and call that color set. And let's hide the group Dragon Base, because you don't need that right now. Might need that for something later, but not at the moment. I don't remember if I made any tweaks to the background when I drew this one with Braveheart. Did I do any tweaks to the background? Let me compare that to the original base. No, I have made no changes to the background. Okay, good. So I won't need to worry about the background. Okay, now let's close these. And I will need to set the colors. I think I'm actually gonna sample the colors directly from the references. Though I kind of feel like these might need some changing. So let's begin with the main color. Put that over there. Let's see about the underbelly. Now the horn. This here seems to be a good hue. just write horn here so I know. Actually, hold on a second. Horn, let's write neck. This one. This one, let's say skin. There we go. That way I won't get myself confused as to what color is what. It has super green eyes. Let's sample that. Very dark green eyes. Nice. And right, I still need those over there. Sample a green from here. That seems to be fine. Yeah. That almost looks like the same shade as the eyes. Let's call these markings. Now the writing doesn't have to be perfect, just enough that I can know what is what. And I think that should be all the colors that I'm gonna need. Right. Now for other colors I am going to import from Michael Braveheart actually. My color set. The tongue. Let's use this red. And for the white on his eyes, let's use this white, which is actually just a super bright shade of gray. Alright, let's close that and save. But I'm not done. Now I copy these colors, paste them to the side here, make them darker. For the line arts, I think this is good enough. Right there, and merge down so everything is in the same layer. Very good. And save again. Let's begin by creating a few extra layers now, because we need layers for the colors. This first layer is going to be called Right Horns Color. This one is going to be called Spikes Color. And the last layer, which is not actually going to be the last one, but the last one that I'm going to create right now, this one is going to be called Head Colors, like that. And now begins one of my favorite parts, coloring. Let's see, Magic Wand, Tolerance 32, Anti-Alias enabled. Let's select the head line art layer, and with a Magic Wand we select everything except the eye socket and the nostril. Let's not have the inside of the nostril selected. Alright, now we go here to select, modify, expand by 1 pixel, invert the selection, we go to head colors, the layer, and activate a mask on that, just like this. Now you pick the brush. By the way, this last week I spent a lot of time reorganizing my entire brushes set. I tried to reorganize them and kind of separate them by categories, kinda. So now to hopefully maybe find brushes more easily. So now, for example, if I want cloud brushes, all of my different cloud brushes should be together. Except I don't know where they are now. Also, they are kind of sorted by alphabetical order, so let's see. Oh, yeah, here, clouds. I found them. So yeah, hopefully I should not be spending as much time searching for brushes like I always did. Like grass is also all together now, like here's some grass. So yeah, hopefully it's gonna be easier for me now. Let's pick a very large brush. Well, not that large. Size 100 should do. Yeah. Let's now sample this green. And let's color this big guy. Speaking of big, let's make this brush a little bigger. 150. There. There we go. Very nice. Let's sample now this color for the neck. And let's color that. But for this, I will need a smaller brush. There, let's be careful not to have this color go beyond the line art and into the area that is supposed to be green only. Gotta be very careful, very gentle. No color must leak. I mean, they can leak, but they don't have to fix it, do some cleaning up, and that takes extra time. So if I do this right now, I won't have to spend extra time fixing stuff. Also, granted, alternatively, I could just select this area and use the selection. The problem is that the selection kind of has some issues with corners, such as this one here. Which is one of the reasons why as soon as I am done putting all of the base colors in place, I will have to go around all of the line arts and check for corners such as those on the outside of the line arts, because there are areas that were not selected when I clicked with the wand. So those areas, some of them might not have color, some of them might have color when they are not supposed to have color. So I have to fix that. That is some work, but it's much more preferable than, and I actually have already shown this before on a past stream, than having to manually draw every single line art again for the final line art, and then having to do the fixes for that. That is actually way worse, and way more time costly, time consuming. There. Okay, now that I have the bulk of the line arts, I can pick a much larger brush, a little larger, and color the rest of his neck here, his neck / underbelly. There we go, and that is done. Let's now color his tongue, because nobody has a green tongue. Unless you eat some candy that leaves your tongue green. No. Also, as far as I am aware, this character does not have. Or does he actually? Oh my god, he actually does have a green tongue. He actually does have a green tongue. Also, his tongue is forked. I just noticed that. Well, it's sideways. I suppose I can get away with not drawing the fork on the tongue. Oh, the tongue is actually green. Well, I take back what I just said. Right, so let's sample this green and make it a... Actually, no, let's not sample this green. Let's sample the red and turn that into green. Let's see, what is going to be a fine shade of green for the tongue? Don't get me wrong, but I find green tongue is so weird. How do I color a tongue green? My god. Well, certainly has to be darker than the skin. So let's try this shade. Good thing I looked on the reference. Darker. Let's go darker. That shade was too similar to the base color of the skin. That's better. Let's save this to the color set. Let's replace these. Sample this and make it a little darker for the line art of the tongue. And I thought Braveheart was very green. Let's go with this tongue so I know what these are supposed to be. There we go. Alright, let's see now. Next, let's do the horns. Sample this as well, just in case I have a color leakage. Now let's be gentle here so I won't leak the color of the horn over the skin. Now, back when you said you were grabbing a red color for the tongue, I had to think if I made his tongue red or green. I didn't realize his tongue was green. That is why I went straight for red. I didn't even think that this character could possibly maybe have a different colored tongue. It's been years since I drew this guy. Yeah, I wasn't expecting, so I went for the default color. Like I said, I did not even think. It's a good thing that eventually I thought about it. Then again, it would not be a big deal if I had to fix the tongue later. So long as I did so before I merged the layers, and especially before I did any shading, of course. If I had not realized this until then that would be a problem. Because then I would not be able to do the fix, not without redoing all the shading all over again from the start. Now this is the last horn on the left side of his face. And once I am done, I can use a bigger brush to paint the rest. There we go. Yeah, 104 should be fine. Oh, frick! I did not select this area here. Ah! Can I do that now? And remove this area from the mask? And I never tried this before. Expand. Deleting doesn't do anything. Oh, it did here, but Oh, fine. No big deal. That's an easy fix. The alternative would be to delete the mask layer and do the selection again from scratch. But I have already applied so many colors. It's just gonna be easier to simply erase the extra colors there. I mean the extra color, there's only one there. I'm gonna fix this later. Hey, Happy New Year! Relamki slash Skywalker slash... I don't know. Hello! Sky and Relamki. Oh, okay then both. Thank you so much for joining the stream, guys. Happy Sunday and New Year. Welcome. Okay, so that's it for this horn. Let's see. Do I have to apply any color before? Okay, that would be the nostril, but that will be later on a different layer. So right now, what I'm gonna do is save, select the actual mask layer, and let's do the fixes that I was talking about. Like here, for example, see that there's some green here? This is supposed to be completely transparent. The green is there because of what I was telling you about in regards to the selection tool. So like, when I do the selection doesn't go all the way in. As you can see here, it is ending right here. So things like this need to be addressed manually on the mask layer. And that is exactly what I am gonna do right now. Not all corners have this issue, mind you. Only a few. And this is one of the reasons why I like working with vectors for coloring so much. It makes the whole process a lot easier. Now this here I actually messed up, so I'm gonna have to do this entire area. Let's begin with these corners and move on to a larger brush and do this gently and carefully so I don't erase the color on the horn. Like this here, that's not supposed to happen. There we go. Actually with this, I think that if I run the brush here again, yeah, the color isn't applied. Perfect. Because I technically removed that area from the mask. I don't think there's a color leak right here on this corner, but just to be sure, let me hide the spikes line out for a moment. And the horns, so I have a better view. Okay. All good down here. Okay, that should be everything. Maybe these corners on the eye, just in case. Okay, that should be everything for those. Now, oh, I forgot to apply colors here. Let's do that real quick. That should be this. There. Nice. Almost done with this one. I suppose I can use a larger brush to go faster. Let's try number 9. Just need to be careful. Oh, these corners are so problematic sometimes with larger brushes. Better press the pen lightly as to not apply the whole size of the brush on these corners, because if I do, there is a risk I'm going to cause a color leakage. Again, not a big deal, but it's something extra to fix. And the more things I have to fix, the more time it is going to take. Okay, so that is done. Let's now color his spikes. So select, modify, expand by 1, invert the selection, go to spikes color, make a mask, sample the color for the spikes. I did not sample a color for the spikes. Oops. They seem to be about the same color as the horns. Correct if I am wrong, pianist, but the spikes are the same color as the horn, aren't they? If they are not, they are very identical. So they are, yes. Okay, then in that case, I don't need to sample any colors for them. Only the same colors from the horns. There we go. And with these, I won't have to do any fixes to corners, like I just did with his snout over there. So save, and let's now do the right horns line art. Select, modify, expand by 1, invert the selection, go to the right horns color layer, do a mask, and apply the color. There we go. Almost everything is in place now. Let's do his nostril. Now for this, I'm gonna sample this color and I'm gonna make it very dark. Very dark green, but not too dark. Let's now pick a solid round brush. Make a new layer down here. Let's call it nostril. No, let me make a selection. With this, because the effect I'm going to apply this later down the line can break a little bit if I select just the area of the nostril itself. So let's color all of this. Actually, I'm going to use a larger brush. There, color all of that. Switch colors. Now let's sample the original green and make it a little darker. That might have been too dark, but whatever. We'll see. I get a different brush. I mean, same brush, but smaller. Yeah, number 9. Now this. A little further forward. Yes. Swap colors again. Make the darker green even darker. And add another level. Like so. Hold on. Gotta follow perspective. Let's do it again and make the green even darker. We are getting close to black now. There. What if I move this stuff a little bit? Yeah, that's... Yeah, I guess that... Yeah, this is fine. No, it's not. Undo everything. Undo everything. Keep it like this. Okay. So that is a pseudo gradient to give the nostril a little depth. I'm gonna work more on that later, but first, water. Alright. Now, let's give this guy some eyes. Well, one eye, because we only see one side of his head. Okay. Got it. I am going to import into this group the eye group from the base, just like I did with Michael Braveheart when I drew this one. Actually, fun fact, for this YCH I drew the base first and did the coloring, even the eye, and then when I drew Braveheart over here, I reused not only the base itself but also the base, the eye from the base, to draw his eye. And as you can see here, they are identical, very similar, but they are different. And that is how things are supposed to be when you work with bases. At least I think so. I never did one of these until now. Alright, so let's move this group up there and hide Dragon Base again. Okay, and we have that. Let's expand this. Now it is a moment when I'm gonna need General Sketch to be visible. Okay, so Argus's eye actually does have a lot of white area, like Braveheart's. It is not all just the pupil. Pupil? Iris? I always mistake these. Anyway, it is not like this. Let's hide a couple layers. This one is gonna have to stay. My shading will hide that for now. Pupil texture, I might be able to reuse this. Oh, actually, I have an idea. This might make things even easier and save me even more time. And should work fine because all of this is being done off of the same base, of the same template. First, let me select the correct layer. Yes, let's select this one. Braveheart, my big boy, I'm gonna need you to lend me your eyeball. Let's see, pupil base. Wait a second. It will work. For what I need to do, this will work. Let's duplicate this eye from Braveheart over to coloring Alpha 0, which is where Argus is. There, perfect. Now I select... Wait, do I want to select? No. I will lock this layer and paint over Braveheart's eye with this color. There we go. Perfect. That's even better than what I was going to originally do, because originally what I was going to do was to actually draw this thing from scratch. And this saves time. Besides, it's basically what I was going to do anyway. Okay, so pupil base, so that stays there. Let's make a new layer here and call it eye white. Let's select this area and apply the appropriate color, just like this. Very good. Now we sample this green again, and let's go to Iris base, which is this. Lock the layer, and let's make this green very, very dark. Close to black, but not quite there. Now we apply that to the iris. Now you might think this might be silly and pointless, but that is what I always do. Like in the case of Braveheart, for example, his eyes are maroon, and I also color the iris a very dark shade of the same base color that I give the pupil over here. So maroon pupil, maroon iris. Green pupil, green iris. Blue pupil, blue iris. That's what I do for all the eyes I draw. Right. Also, alternatively, let me experiment with something real quick. Let me duplicate this over to Coloring Alpha again. What happens if instead of giving this a new color and then drawing all of these lines again, which is something that I will do, what if instead I recolor that original picture completely? Like this. Okay, there's the eye. This can work very well if I can do this right. At 757, 757. These are not RGB values, but let me see what happens if I try to input those values here. 757. That's red. But if I do that here, 757. Yeah, no. Now I have to manually set the color. So let's enable. What if I do this? Now it might be easier if I actually try colorize. So I need the shade of green here to be at least similar to that one. What happens if I just click here? Nothing. Let's give this a little bit more saturation. And let's toy around with the hue a bit. What about, let's drop the lightness a bit. I guess I didn't need to click save. Frick. I meant to press Ctrl Z. Okay, let's compare that green with the base that I made here. Oh my lord, this works. This works. This works. That saves me some time, which is very good. Like the effect that I have here right now, it isn't finished, but this is exactly what I was going to do anyway. Except here it is already done. Okay, save. Now let's see. Copy texture. Well, I'm no longer gonna need this one. Eye shading. This will be necessary, but not with these colors. Oh, actually, I think you can reuse the same shade that I applied to Braveheart's eye over here. Let's see what that is going to look like. I actually don't remember what are the colors that I used, but it certainly wasn't brown, like over there. Let's duplicate this over to Coloring Alpha 0. Yes, it is what it should be. And look at that, it makes the eye even more lively now. Look, without that shading, with the shading. Yes! Nice! nice. Now I might actually, you know what, I'm going to import all of the eye effects that I gave Braveheart over there, because I think I did make a few changes from the base over here. So, you know, just to be sure that everything is in good order, I'm gonna import these other effects. So duplicate that over to Coloring Alpha 0, as well as this one. Yeah, there we go, look at his eye. Oh, I like this. I do dare say that eye is looking very nice. Now, other than shading, applying some shading to the eye white, which I can cheat a little bit and also import that from Braveheart, because it is the same base color, so I'm gonna do it. I was gonna say, other than shading that, the eye is finished. And his is already shaded, although it can barely be seen because the color is so bright, but still. And just like that, I have just finished. That looks very cool. Although, however, not applicable to this character, so yeet that layer. Anyway, and just like that, I just finished Argus's eye. Yay. Okay, let's close that, save. Look at this boy. He's already looking cute. Alright, let's see what next. The line arts. We have to color the line arts. So let's begin that, because I believe I have put everything in place already. Of course, I am still gonna draw the scales, like I have on Braveheart, and the base as well. These are actually a brush set made by Seesaw Shrimp, an awesome dragon artist that you can find on DeviantArt and Twitter, I mean, sorry, as well as Inkblot. And her brushes are actually free. You can also leave her tip, a donation for the brushes if you want, and if you can, which I highly recommend you do, if possible. But they are free if you'd like to download these brushes yourself to try them. She has them available for free on her Twitter. Let me drink some water. But yeah, they are not exactly complete replacements for full scales on a dragon, but they are just perfect for at least selling the illusion that the character is completely covered in scales. And they are actually the exact thing that I have always wanted to draw for Braveheart, this character over here. I always had the idea that his scales are of this kind of scales, you know, the small clusters of smooth-ish scales that mostly just reflect off the sunlight, and you know, they should look like this. I tried to do stuff like this, even make my own brushes set back in the day with scales in this style, but I failed so miserably that I gave up. And then I just tried to learn how to actually draw actual scales one by one, which takes ages to do. And then eventually, earlier this year, actually I think what, 2-3 months ago more or less, Seesaw Shrimp released this brush set that she made. And they are exactly what I have always been trying to do all of these years. I'm so happy. I am really happy with this brush set, and I really cannot thank Seesaw Shrimp enough for making those brushes available for everyone. But yeah. So now let's select Head Line Art, lock that layer, sample this color, and this one for the neck. A large brush. Yeah, let's round up to size 200. And let's cover everything that is supposed to be green with green. There we go. Now let's apply some of this here. Do I want this line art to be the same color of this one or that one? Even when I am coloring Michael Braveheart, my favorite character, I always become undecisive on what to do for him. What did I do for him over here? Okay, I gave him the same color of the underbelly. So let's do the same thing here. Yeah, that actually does look better. I don't know why I always get indecisive on what to do for this. Also, I don't know if any of you have ever noticed, but there are birds on this picture. There they are, very small, off in the distance. There we go. Okay, now here's where we gotta be a little careful, because I need to end this yellowish line right at the edge of the green line, so they look like they are different lines, just like that. Now this is where things get a little more difficult, because I have to do that same thing, but over here, and making it look like the line art under his chin over here, under his jaw, is a separate line from his jawline. Oh my god, what the heck? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Frick, I clicked on delete anchor point instead of convert point to. Heck, I hate when I do that. So the idea now here is to create a selection that follows the curvature of his jawline. It has to be as close to it as I can possibly make it. Otherwise it won't look natural. Alright, let's make a selection here and apply the color. And voila! That's how you do it. But I still have to be careful, because this line art here is still dangerously close to the jawline, as you can see. Almost. Oh boy, this is so close. Whew. There. And we are out of the danger zone. Okay, back to a larger brush now, and let's finish. Well, and let's finish this line over here. And there we go. Look at him. This is actually making me smile. Okay, now I need to sample this color again and this for the tongue. Let's see if that darker color for the line art of the tongue is actually gonna work as well as I intend. Let's change this to number 12 because I don't like the number 13, and I just moved the entire window of Photoshop by accident. I think that's a bit too dark. Let's make this a little lighter. Yeah, I think that works. Let's add this to the color sets by replacing that one. There we go. Actually, hold on a second. There we go, that's better. Alright, drop this to size 12. I am on the wrong layer. There we go. There. Now I've got to be careful here because this dark green must not exceed the limits of the lip. There, I guess. Alright, yes, same thing over here. I could use the pen tool. Oh, hold on a second, let me hide the sketch. There we go. I could use the pen tool to make a curved selection here, like I did for the jawline over there. But I think I can get away with manually doing this. This area here is not as delicate as the lower part of his jaw. There we go. Now over here we recovered this part of the lighter green. And there we go. I might give a little touch with the eraser right here because there's a little, like, you see here, there's some angling happening there. Let's do that. Oops. A very light touch just to make this a little more curved and natural. There we go. Actually a little more here. There we go. Hey, now we're talking. Okay, save. Now let's sample. Actually not that one. Let me open up a 04 Braveheart. Give me his color set. Sample that. Because that is the correct shade for the line art of this white. And that is exactly what I want / need right now. And let's sample this. And let's work on this eye for a moment. I am on the wrong layer again. Frick. Why do I keep doing that? Yeah. Nice. I've got to be very careful here because there's like a couple lines intersecting right there. There we go. Oh, I thought I was missing something right there on Margus's eye over here. Gotta do that here as well. Now that, you know what, I'm gonna sample from Braveheart. Why not? Oops. There. These two are made from the same template after all. I think that is good enough, right? Yeah, that should be good enough. But I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. And again. I'll keep doing until I am happy with this. It has to look natural. That is my thing. It always has to look natural. Okay. My god. My cat just meowed so loudly over there, it scared me. Alright, yeah, I think that works. Let's save. Now, I'm gonna want the pen. Oh, you know what? Let me redo. Oops, wrong layer again. Oh god. Do this, because I forgot. There is something my style that I do nowadays. And I am going to do that here. There.
Dragons are giant lizards with cat software has just been redeemed for 1000 dragon tokens. Mike now has to meow like a cat.
Forgot I had enabled that again. Alright, I'm gonna join you, Bobby. Bob is the name of my cat who's meowing in the background. Let me drink some water first. By the way, this is what I'm gonna do now.
Meow. 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 Meow.
Yeah, my throat is not doing very well.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Interesting, I meow less bad if I remove my headphones so I can actually hear what I'm doing.
Meow. 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 Meow.
A meow for every click. How about that? I used to be better at meowing. Like when I was younger, I could mimic a nearly perfect meow. So good that my cats would actually think there was another cat meowing. I think actually I have to bring this anchor point there. Yeah, that is about right.
Meow. 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 Meow.
The door of my room is closed. I think my cat is asking to leave. There. I hope I am doing this right. Now over here, this anchor point has to go right up there. Actually, not necessarily. What I really need is actually this area over here. Let's make the selection and let's apply the color. But first, let me sample this, switch, and pick black, and apply the black. There we go, yes, as it should be. Yay! I like this. Okay, but I'm not done with this eye. Let's pick a smaller brush. And let's finish this right here. Dragons are not exactly supposed to have eyebrows. At least not in my style, and I don't think this one really does. Yeah, not exactly. So this is actually something that I have learned from drawing ponies. This is like a mix of eyebrow, something that resembles an eyebrow and that can be used as such for expressions, but without actually being an eyebrow. While at the same time also kind of implying eyelashes, even though dragons don't actually have eyelashes. So, you know, it's a multi-purpose thing. It's a multi-purpose thing that acts as many different things that eyes usually have without being any of them. And there we go, and that also helps to enhance the eye a little bit. Yeah, see? Braveheart, Argus, Michael Braveheart, Argus. I still prefer Red Tongue though. Okay, but let's continue because we are not done. We now have to work on the horns. So let's pick this color and that color. And let's work on the line arts for the horns. That's the wrong color. Hold on, how do I want this to go? I actually think that is quite fine as it is. Yeah, that is good. Let's do it here. Like this. FYI, an automatic ad is supposed to start in less than 5 minutes. Meow, meow, meow. 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 Let me finish down here first, and then I'm gonna do the line arts on the rest of the horns up there above his head. Okay, let me check with my cat what my cat wants because he's crying. Hold on. What is it, Bobby? You want to go out? Open the door. Yes, he did want to leave. He was asking to open the door. I opened the door, he walked out immediately. Alright, where was I? Right, I was coloring the line arts of the horn over here. Okay, let's be a little careful with this. There. Pick a smaller brush and try to detail this corner a little bit more. Yeah, that should work. With that, and we still have one more horn to go over here. Actually, I'm gonna need number 9. Photoshop CS6, this version that I am using. Out of the box, it comes with a selection of brushes that I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually don't really like them. I do prefer the selection, the default selection of brushes that Photoshop CS2 had. So, because of that, what I did was I exported the selection of brushes from the default selection of brushes from CS2 and I added them here to CS6. All of these brushes here are really good brushes and all straight from Photoshop CS2. I also brought, I think I brought some brushes from CS3 as well to my copy of CS6 here. There we go. Whew, okay, now we can switch to a much larger brush and finish the horns without having to worry so much with placing colors where they are not supposed to exist. There we go. Since I'm here with these colors, I'm gonna go ahead and add them to the line art of the horns on the other side as well. Ah, I forgot about right here. Let's see, number 9, color green. There we go, that should do it. Nice. Now, since the spikes also have the same color as the horns, I'm gonna color their line art now as well. There we go. And save. Now let's color the line art of the markings. I almost forgot about them. Well, let's go back to the head line art. There we go. Look at that. They look much more lively and natural now. Very, very good. Alright, am I missing any line arts here? Let me see. Let me see, am I missing any line arts? Any colors? Let's have a look around. Okay, there's the tongue. No, I don't think I am missing anything. The horns seem to be colored just right. Okay, yes, very good. Let's save. Now I might have some small problem applying the scales on this area of his head, like I did for the base and for Braveheart over here, because for Braveheart and the base it was easy because of how because these two dragons, Braveheart and the base, they only have two horns. Let's close this without saving. But Argus, he has six. He has 6 horns, 3 on each side. My concern right now, I'm certainly going to figure this out next time. My concern is going to be applying the scale effect in between these two horns here. Without, oops. Oh, actually, you know what? That should not be too difficult, after all, because I can then simply erase any excess that is going to be showing over the horns, which is not something that is supposed to happen after all. Now, I'm not actually going to do that now, but just as a proof of test, a proof of concept rather, I'm going to do a quick test. Let's sample this color and make it brighter, because the scales that are going to go where I'm going to put them are supposed to be shining in the sunlight, so they are supposed to be brighter. And their color are supposed to look brighter, lighter than the base color here. Let's try with this one. Yeah. But let's make this brush a little wider. 200, no, let's make it 300. Oops. There. I'm not gonna bother with allowing the effect to go outside of the character, because this is just proof of concept. I just want to do a test here. Hold on, bring this down. Yeah, there, see? This is what I don't want to happen. Now, if I were to be doing this now, if I were to actually be doing this, how would I go about with that? Probably by selecting the line art layer. Let's see, modify, expand up. Let's expand by 2 on this. Where's the selection at? On the outside. So let's invert the selection and go to this layer here. Grab the eraser. A little larger, please. Ah, frick. Ash, Happy New Year and Happy Sunday too. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Welcome. It's good to have you here. And then I have to end this just on the line art, like so. The selection should be done differently, actually. But as I said, it's just a proof of concept. So let's not worry about that specific detail right now. I invert the selection just so we can remove this stuff outside. Again, just for the sake of testing. This application of the effect is not permanent. As I said, this here is just a test. I'm doing this in whatever way, just to see, you know, basically practice, see how to get this done. I'm using phone data. Oh, no problem, Ash. I hope your internet is going to return soon. Thank you so much for joining. I mean, thank you for dropping by. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think that should work. Yeah, probably might actually not have all that much trouble with this. The thing that is annoying me a little bit, however, is here, the base of the horn, because there's supposed to be a curvature happening right here, and the scale brush cannot really simulate that. And I mean, sure, it's not a big deal for most people, but it does bother me that the, you know, and I have seen this time and time again with other kinds of things, like for example a plaid shirt, for example, on a character, where the artist simply grabbed a plaid texture and put on top of everything, completely ignoring the fact that the fabric on the shirt has wrinkles, has curvatures, has depth, ignoring the anatomy of the character as well, so it looks like a completely flat thing. Here, let me see if I can show you an example of what I mean. Cartoon plaid shirt. I don't know. Ah yes, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. This guy. Now sure, this is a very simplistic style, but it suffers from the exact same issue that I'm telling you about, which you actually can find in cartoons on TV as well. See how exactly even all of these squares are across the entire shirt? Even right here on the arm, where the arm is actually on a completely different position from his actual thorax over here. Also, there's an angle happening here. If we are to follow perspective rule, the squares on the plaid shirt on this area here, for example, they should curve like this. There should be an arch right here, going like this. Like, hang on, let me copy this into Photoshop. Let's make a new layer above that. Small brush. Number 1. Yeah, sure, number 1. Let's pick yellow, so it should hopefully be very easy for us to see. Okay. Alright. So what should be happening here is a curve going kind of like this. I'm not going to do this perfectly on purpose, because this is just to exemplify what I'm talking about. See, there should be curves, and like for example this square there probably go like this, this one like that, and over here kind of the same thing as well. There. Now here's where things would get a little funky because, you know, wrinkles. So for example, there could be, it could go like this, and then down like this, and up again like this, and like this. Over here it could go all the way around like that. So I think you can see the problem. And like here on Historics as well, there should be curves following the anatomy of the actual character. Kind of like that. And what was done here was simply they grabbed a plaid texture and put on top of everything. Which is something that I can very easily do like this. Here, see. Plaid texture. Yeah, like this here, for example. Let's copy that. And let's give that to Argus. Why not? Just make this a little smaller. Make it a bit smoother, yes. Let's stretch it so it fits. There. Now headline art. Select and delete. There we go. Argus is now plaid. But yeah, as you can see, this is exactly what most people do when they try to apply some sort of texture to a character. And especially if the texture has some sort of pattern, that's when this happens most of the time. They just apply the texture, leave it completely flat. At the most, they only shade, and that's it. But this is not enough because the character has curves. The character has an anatomy. See, if I am to draw the curvature here, let's pick a bigger brush because this is a bigger boy. The neck has a curvature. The anatomy requires curvature. See? And that is something that gets completely ignored, and that is something that really bothers me. It shouldn't bother me, but it bothers me. And that is exactly the problem that I'm gonna be facing here once I draw these scales down here at the base of the horns. That is the exact same thing I have just demonstrated with the plaid texture, because that is exactly what that is, but with scale, with the scale texture that is being made with a brush, but still. I will either have to cope with this or figure out a way to make it look like there's a curvature happening here. Like this, see? That's the anatomy, that is the curvature happening. And it goes, and it goes, and it goes, and it goes. See what I mean? But yeah, that is something to be worked on the next time, because it is starting to get late. I almost said I'm drunk. I'm not drunk, I don't drink. I am hungry. I need to use the bathroom, and my dad just walked in, stood next to me for a moment, wanted to talk to me. So there's something probably important that he needs to say, so I should probably look into that. So for now, since I have already finished what I said I wanted to get done, at least for today, I'm gonna wrap up for today and continue later. Hopefully sometime during this week, and if not, on the next Chill Art Sunday. Either way, I will likely be working on this next Sunday. But for now, I'm going to remind you guys that I stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays, where every Wednesday I play American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And sometimes I might play some other trucking game, but it's always mostly ATS and ETS2 on Wednesdays. And I play a different game every week on Fridays, also at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. On Sundays, I do Art Live just like today. at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and I have a Discord server available for anyone to join who wishes. You'll be welcome to, so long as you behave, obviously. However, for the moment, it is only accessible by members of the actual group Dragon Realms over at DeviantArt, and to subscribers to my channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those, you should have access to the server directly from the link below the stream. If you try that and it doesn't work, it does break sometimes for some reason, and I have no idea how to fix it or why it breaks in the first place, then you can message me either on DeviantArt or on Twitter, or even send me a whisper here on Twitch, and I'll send you an invitation link directly through there. My name on DeviantArt is here on the top of the screen. It's Mike the Dragon, and on Twitter it is @_MikeDragon. I will be opening the server to the general public in the near future, so anyone can join at any moment. But for now, it is limited to only members of the actual group and subscribers. So if you are one of those and you would like to join, try the link below or message me directly. And that's gonna be everything for today. So everyone, I wish you all have a great week. And hey, it's the very first week of the year, so Happy New Year once more. May this next week and this next year be much better ones than the last ones have been for you. So yeah, everyone, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. Pianist, Ash, everyone. I forgot, I'm bad with names, so I don't remember everyone. I do apologize. I also don't even know who is still here, so there's also that. In any case, everyone, thank you all so much for joining this stream, the very first stream of the year. I hope you enjoyed, I hope you had some fun, and it's always really good to have your company here. But that's gonna be everything for today, so until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all, stay safe and healthy. When you enjoy the rest of your evening, and when you go to bed, sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Catch you in the next one, everyone. Bye bye. Have a good one. See you.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you can. Bad taking trips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hope sunsetting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the year. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at the foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on thinking just because you got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you